NHL, so you do with that what you
I'm
want.
also getting cold.
Yeah. Yoshi doll.
Yeah.
That's a trendy game.
Can get it. That's, you know,
Yoshi.
I would love to do that for you if I could leave this town. Or really go anywhere. Actually. It'd be really cool.
You do have a map, you know.
Where?
Other button.
Stop being right, huh?
Is it helpful? Not really.
Really not, no.
But it's there.
That's
Part of your kit.
That's it. That is the thing I have. Stop with the rock.
Is that Dwayne?
Would it be faster if I rewind back a frame before I hit it so I can move around it?
I believe so.
I have a sick gamer tip. Stop going this direction.
I had to
Was that the frame skip?
I touched a rock, yeah. It was quicker.
Really is faster.
That's awful. Okay, so do I just go the opposite way?
Just go that way. Go down.
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 Down to go to the forest to the north.
Go that way.
Okay.
I
can
yeah,
go.
there you go.
I walked in circle for like.
Oh no!
That's the fishing pond. You lied.
Go back down. I'm sorry.
You
sorry.
lied.
It's been a long time since I've played and I'm sleep deprived.
Yeah, let's go fishing. Yeah. Uh huh.
Is this how it works in the real life too?
Yeah, you just press the D-pad.
Yeah.
Press the A button rapidly to.
It's a big man.
Catching fish.
Yo, you could probably sell those.
Oh, I just gotcha. Okay, yeah. So I
think this is an easy way to grind.
Rupees. Yeah, I'm not gonna do that too much. I want to catch the big fish.
Yeah,
because
it costs 10 per.
Oh, I thought it
so
cost.
you have made a loss.
10
I know.
As a one time.
But I'm gonna get the big fish this time.
Damn. L.
What?
Nope.
You lost him.
I'm sure he's worth something.
10, I think.
Oh.
Or 20. I don't remember.
I was gonna say if the big if the grand prize is breaking even, it's not a grand prize. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Okay, go that way.
Can that thing take your health?
Probably.
Go up.
Mysterious forest.
It's a little bit
mysterious.
Yeah.
I'd never have guessed.
Wow. Mysterious forest.
How did I miss going up?
Well, because you had to get a sword
on
first.
the leftmost screen.
And you're sleep deprived.
I walked in circles with a sword.
It's half excusable.
I'm better at games than this, I swear. Is anyone chatting at this AM?
No.
No? Okay.
No, everyone's asleep.
Good.
Now's the time. Now's the perfect time to be asleep right
If I could choose to be, I would be too.
I mean, theoretically, you could.
At times like these.
But I'm in the same spot as you where I will not fall asleep.
See, here's
here.
the thing. It's like the
There's
it's
been
the
low battery for the last like 4
several
hours.
6 hours.
6.
No, well, I'm trying to figure out
when
how time
did we
works.
stop playing
Well, because 4 hours
Skyrim?
from now
Because
would be
Skyrim we
4.
stopped playing at 6.
You still playing Skyrim at 6 a.m. really? Oh yeah, because
FNAF at Freddy's.
And with oh yeah, so not that many hours, like 2.
So like.
But also
honest,
it was
borderline 3.
It was on low battery all of the last night shift, yelling at me, and it had a whole day of charging on the dock between then, and is still saying it's at low battery. So I think my Joy-Con just has problems.
I'll be honest, it feels like we've been not playing Skyrim longer than we've been playing Skyrim. Even though it really hasn't been.
Right. You're absolutely right, which is weird because during Skyrim, all I could feel was this is going on for a really long time.
See, I think it depends on the context of the situation because I feel like after we got out of Mario World, it lasted forever.
Yeah. We weren't really doing much. So
once we had a purpose to do, we were happy and
Yeah.
content.
Like exploding villages were a little silly, but like not like what we were here for.
But like you can do that in Minecraft, and
Yeah.
you know, it's not
One of
rewarding.
them's a good game and one of them's Skyrim.
Fair. You know, I don't disagree with that.
Yo.
As
Hello,
a games
Fred.
journalist
Funny man.
described it, it's a very wide puddle.
Yeah.
He's very sensitive, just like dust and powder.
He's laughing at you.
That's what that raccoon
He's
said.
dancing.
Lord.
I read him. Yeah, he did say that.
Yeah, keep that in mind. He's sensitive to dust
He's
and
laughing.
powder.
Gonna be lost. Why? Okay.
Oh my gosh, you can probably go fishing here.
You're probably right.
Fairy fountain.
Oh, so no fishing.
No fishing in the fairy fountain.
So no fishing. Slams controller on the ground. It is weird how
My
many great
wife.
games have fishing mini games. There's a lot
It
of.
was a FNAF at Freddy situation. Everyone look at her.
Oh.
She has to stop moving.
She's awake.
We're camera stalling you. We're camera stalling you.
Welcome to the Can you please cover the 10 a.m. shift so we can all sleep?
I-
I can cover
I-
until 10:30.
Want to go home? So
I'm-
bad.
So
I'm
we
playing
can't
Zelda.
leave until the
Plus-
shuttle,
Oh,
Which is at 10.
which is at 10 a.m., which is in an hour.
cool.
I'm
That's
playing
so
Zelda, and that's what I'm doing. If I'm being
So
honest with
we're
you.
here
I love-
until 10. Can you take us after 10?
At 10, we're gonna go to the slideshow until 10:30. Can we just make 10:30?
Okay. And after 10:30, you're good.
And then I'm interviewing people.
Yes.
I like this game.
We played Skyrim until 6 a.m.
This game is good.
I'm gonna reset the room.
This game
Is good.
is good.
I'm watching it. I'm enjoying it so far. It's easier than the Castlevania one, at least by looks.
Yeah, we were playing Castlevania Legends before, and
That
it
looked
was a game.
difficult.
Okay, well, that's how I get through.
You don't want to get through. You want to
It's a mystery. I wonder how you solve it. I don't actually know. I've
I
never
know how you
solved
solve
this
it.
before.
I don't want to solve it. Oh wait, yeah, that's how you solve it.
Go back in time.
No, I think you need the
power
the
grip.
bead.
Hold on. The beak?
No, the bead.
Big.
Yeah, whatever.
What happens if you go through that tunnel? The other one.
That's the way we came in. This
Oh.
is the way where we need to go.
Well, I guess we'll just like hang out back here.
I was
Yeah,
like, come
go
on, just
for
hang
it.
out and because I'm
We're
I'm
all-
content to play Link's Awakening.
So we're all a little bit broken in the brain.
No.
Yeah, there's probably a
I did not
solution.
last
No.
at all, and I still
No.
feel.
Yeah,
didn't
we
think I
we
would
did.
last
No.
till 4 a.m. and here I am.
What?
So where did everyone else go? Gales?
Sleep.
The mushroom?
No, so Gail
Yes.
Ubered back
So fair for him.
at like 6 a.m.
Okay.
I got a
Max and
mushroom.
Valen are both sleeping.
Continue.
I'm
Yeah,
sure
I
it's
saw- I saw
important, but
that.
also
Yeah, Valen's on the beanbag near the VR thing.
Oh, that was good. That's probably really comforting.
yeah, that's where I slept last year, but this year I didn't sleep.
Wow.
And the three of us have been here.
How do I leave? I know. I don't have.
Be better, mind them. Nope. Not that way.
You're a real quality person.
Oh my gosh,
Well,
my
I
weekly
know how to do
report
it,
is
though.
available
Do
for
you
screen
want me to
time.
do that?
No, I got
Okay,
this.
okay.
I can do
Which
this. I'm
No,
a big
that's a
kid.
lot.
I'm a big girl. I.
I think I know.
Wahoo!
Yeah, there you go.
Listen,
Yeah.
I didn't mean to say it. You knew it.
I.
Oh. You're being Link's Awakening.
Oh, he's
Get
gone.
awakened, Lincoln.
Okay, that was mean.
My lips are dry.
Me too.
My throat is dying.
You don't want any water? I'm gonna go get some.
Oh my god.
Yo, can you
that'd be
fill
kinda
my
awesome.
water? Actually, it's not empty. I just have been like, what if I need more water?
Alright, I'll
So
fill your water.
if
and
you
then I'll
resolve
pick
my
up-
paranoia, that'd be
You
awesome.
want to fill yours?
Could you?
Fill these up and then I'll get an
Thank you.
iceberg
Thank you,
from
thank you,
the
thank you.
fridge. So.
Oh, my brain is being hydrated.
Ooh,
Ugh.
yeah. Oh, this is fighting moblins. Dude, this is legit.
What is?
Zelda.
You're so right.
That raccoon's gonna laugh at you
Oh,
again.
I'm gonna give him a toadstool though. He does not. Cool. He didn't care for it. He was talking about how his nose was sensitive, and then I got an item that
Second
was.
step. There's a second step first.
What?
You mean
There's
there's
a second step.
You mean there's a first step, and that's the second.
No, the first step being grab the toadstool. The second step being do the thing with the toadstool.
What?
Mystery Forest. Lost Woods. Lost Woods mechanic.
The
i.e.
whole.
Screw you.
It's a whole new forest. A whole new world.
You will get lost in that forest.
I'm losing my mind right now, but it is super fun to be real loud because I am real manic playing this Zelda game.
Anyways.
2 waters, and I'm gonna get ours.
Yo. Thank you. Let me hydrate real quick. Let me big sippies. Hydrate before you dihydrate.
Hydrate before you hydrate. No. That'd be funny if I said it the other way around. Then it wasn't.
I prefer hydration.
And it really
to
wasn't,
death.
yeah.
Yes.
Me too.
I've got a bunch of things I want
Give
to
me
do.
hydration. Slurp.
Oh my god.
Yeah, right. I had to do that. And whoa! I beamed him. Wait. Oh,
Time travel.
Yeah. Save time.
that was way faster.
Time
That
save.
is-
Time save.
That's terribly faster.
I bet if I bring that mushroom to someone, they'll turn it into dust. They'll grind
Or
it
a
up.
powder.
Yeah, they'll grind it up in a mortar and pestle.
Why am I putting it on me? I'm already cold.
Oh.
Mortar and Tassel?
I am both
Oh.
too warm and too hot. Or too hot and too cold. And also I am rapidly losing feeling in my legs.
That's the part I'm worried about. Your circulation's got to be bad right now.
Were chain chomps from this game?
No.
No.
Or are they just in this game for no reason?
I
Yes.
told this trivia earlier.
Go
The
for it.
abridged version is this was like Nintendo's B team that made this game. They had not done a game on their own, let alone a Zelda game. They were told it's a handheld game. It doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. And they had a short time span to make it, so they made this.
And they made it really good.
I think it is one of the
And they
best.
gave it a very
Zelda
like
games.
meaningful plot. Like
I was
It went above and
this is like a
beyond.
beloved game. Oh,
That is
Yoshi.
just Yoshi.
Yep. It's Yoshi doll. I
I
have
said this. There was a quest for this.
I have 2 layers of shirt, a sweater, and a big jacket. Why am I cold? Explain
EP.
it to me.
You're EP.
Better than that. Wow. Yamchi.
Yamchi.
Yamcha.
Is that it?
That's it. Then you go get the food from the lady, and then you give the bananas from the man.
Cool.
And then you find the next step. This will last you the whole game. Don't miss one. Then you got to backtrack.
I probably will.
Because you'll beat the whole game right here, right now. In
No,
the next hour.
You're a real
Joy, gem, pleasant person to be around. None of the above? Thought so.
All of the
You're a
above.
real
Thank you.
jamming
What
donkey.
a menace I try to be. Anyways,
Link, he come to town. He come to save the Princess Zelda.
I really want someone to say something so I can yes and it.
No.
Chickens.
Yes, and cuckoos are in this game too.
Oh.
And they do a silly thing where if you hit them, they hit you.
Oh.
Yeah, they do. Was this
They
was
know
not,
self-defense.
No. Was this before or after Link? This was after Link to the
This was
Past.
after Link to the Past.
Yeah,
So,
so Link to the
okay.
Past was the first to do that.
I know that like
Zelda
there's
3.
a whole Super Smash Bros. And this debate can be easily settled.
Mm.
But Metal Gear, I'm talking Big Boss
Sure.
versus Link.
Mm-hmm.
Who would win?
Like, the man.
Like Big Boss himself.
Big Boss.
Not Solid Snake,
Yeah.
Big Boss.
I know nothing about Metal Gear,
That's
so
tough. I don't know
Hey.
that much.
Fair.
Hi.
Hello. There's donuts.
Yo! Oh my god!
You are so lucky. You get to
I woke
sleep.
up. I went to sleep. Like I passed out at 2 a.m.
I'm gonna.
We're gonna take a brief break for donuts.
So yeah, I don't feel like getting up. Can you grab me one?
What do you want?
Anything.
Cool.
Thank
I'm gonna
you.
go get a donut.
Okay, I'm gonna stay here and be entertaining.
Okay.
Are you okay if I take control?
Yeah. Just
Sick.
like let me know what happens.
I will.
I am genuinely interested in playing.
Okay, then I won't. Then I won't.
Well, you're allowed to.
No, not anymore. How do I be entertaining on a camera? I don't know how to be entertaining not on a camera. They went to go get donuts. No, yeah. Yeah. We'll be back.
more Zelda. Yippee! That's we had donuts. Some people have. Some people have arisen. I'm fully just skipping text by rewinding. I'm gonna be honest with you. It is faster. But people have arisen. There's a Max. There's an Isabel.
Yeah.
I'm so.
So what? So tired?
Oh,
Oh yeah.
how expired?
It was expired in April.
That's
Oh no! Expired?
No!
Stop.
You're having
Relax.
expired
Actually,
applesauce?
Please throw that away. I don't want you to have fermented applesauce.
Too late.
Okay, you know what? That's actually.
I hope you don't get ill. That's
I might.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Ow.
Yeah, I've got questions up for it.
It's actually not that
Cool.
bad. But I shouldn't be eating it because it's most definitely fermented in some sort.
cool.
Still continues to keep eating it.
Desperation does things to people.
Desperate times call for
Okay,
desperate
I'm
measures.
trying not to go there right now. I'm trying to find the Longhouse.
I love this big town.
Yeah, with the parents who want to give their kid a Yoshi doll, so I can do the trade.
You should go give them their Yoshi doll.
Yeah. Yeah,
Is that
look,
the Mario house?
The
Look,
Mario
it's-
house.
right in my
The Mario house.
Yoshi's in my inventory. What? How? Whoa, no.
Oh,
Yoshi's
What?
there.
This house?
Thought it was the one with the.
the one with the chain shop's
The
the
chain
Mario
shop.
house.
Oh, that makes way more sense than what I was saying.
Where are you going?
Finding my way. The house I'm going to is up here.
I thought you were going to the chain shop.
No, I'm going to where the Yoshi doll goes.
It doesn't go
Oh,
there.
it
Where
does
Yoshi
go
go
here.
goes so
Okay,
we
okay.
can go trade.
I see.
Yeah,
I see.
we're doing the quest.
I see. Well, I thought that the person who wanted the Yoshi doll was at the chain shop house.
I thought the person who wanted the Yoshi doll was in the Mario house, which has the.
Got a bow?
Red ribbon.
You traded your wee for your
A ribbon for some. Okay, well, wait, I know. We're going to the chain chomp house.
Let's go!
This is really cute.
I adore this game. From what little I have seen of it.
Here, the
Oh,
little.
that baby?
Yeah, makeup, jewels, dresses, I want it all. And some new accessories would be nice. That ribbon, I need it. Will you trade for my dog food? Yeah, and it's gonna be in a
That's
can.
bananas.
It's in a can, so it's gonna give me some bananas. That's bongos.
That's bongos.
No, that's bananas.
It's banana bongos.
Well, cause bongos and bonkers. It's bongos.
That's
Bongos.
banana bongos.
It's bongos. Uh-huh.
What are they called?
Yeah, cuckoos. Okay.
Okay, here we go. So.
I've
this
already
game-
told this trivia twice.
Yeah.
That's why the test
So-
goes. Here we
So
go.
this game was developed by Nintendo's B team. They had never really developed a game on their own before, and they were told make a handheld Zelda game, and that was it. That was all they had.
They were given
was
the
make a
well.
handheld Zelda game.
They were given the
Not our
explicit.
problem.
Yeah, they were given the explicit instructions of do whatever you want. It doesn't matter that much. It's a handheld Zelda.
Is this Link's Awakening?
Yep.
So they made Link's Awakening.
things.
They
Yeah.
made Link's Awakening one of the most compelling and tragic Zelda stories.
That's like so sad that the game
And-
that was like, hey,
And
just
and
do it.
also
Same thing with
they
Majora's
put a lot of
Mask.
Mario things in it.
But-
And a Kirby enemy.
Yeah, Majora's Mask was the same story where they had very little time
Yeah.
to make it, and it was they're just trying to flip the assets of Ocarina. They're like, what do we do? What do we do? And they went to a guy who had worked on Ocarina and was like, I'm not doing Zelda again. This is way too restrictive. And they went to him, after having struggled to develop a sequel to Ocarina quickly. They're like, what do you want to work on this? And he goes, creative freedom. Do whatever I want. And they
so
go,
made, like, one of the
and in
best stories.
and in desperation, they went, fine, you can have it, take it, it's fine. The game needs to be out in 2 years, just take it, do something. And again, the second, and I think the only other game besides this one to not take place in Hyrule in any way, shape, or form
It's
Is-
Majora's Mask,
And this
Link's
one.
Awakening, the
Oracle. Oh, the Oracle games. Yeah. But yeah, lo and behold, Majora's Mask is also a gripping, really emotional story.
Yeah.
That's super awesome
Like-
and super creative and one of the most unique and fun Zeldas.
Yeah. Like, all the ones built under really heavy lack of care, I guess, and limitation.
I was gonna say
have
the unrestricted.
best, yeah. Well, I mean, I say limitation because Game Boy.
Yeah, well,
Like, the fact that they could make such a compelling game and story on this,
yeah,
with a main character that looks like that,
yeah.
is pretty incredible, honestly. Crocodile.
He wants canned things,
It's
canned food.
food. For heaven's sake, man.
Give me that.
Give that
that
to
can
me,
to me.
please.
Give that wow to me.
He's hysterical. What do you do? Give.
Yay!
Oh,
Oh, tailbag.
bro ate the can. No, it's not a fair trade, but here's some bananas. Cool. We got bananas.
It's funny that bananas is a word and everything else is just veggies.
Yeah. Bananas deserve it.
Bananas
do.
deserve it.
The bananas get a name and a shape.
There goes the monkey.
No, the monkey wants to
Monkey
be
tried to
dead.
kill you.
Oh, monkey, no.
That was really like genuinely emotional
Yeah.
sounding. Oh,
I think
Monkey, no.
I still wish I had bombs to deal with that, but I don't.
Just keep a mental note.
Yeah. Sometimes I wonder if I should be keeping physical notes.
That really is a Zelda moment.
Yeah.
What are you doing? You don't have your powder yet, do you?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who.
That's still in the forest.
In the forest is where the powder stuff goes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, you still got.
I thought I had to double back and find a person
do,
to
you, do,
do
you
powder.
want, do you want a tip?
No, you just gave me one.
Okay.
Guarding acorn.
I love replacing the really good music with
Yes.
this boring super noise.
I'm getting some serious rupees. That's what's good.
That's
Because
good, yeah.
I'm gonna need the shovel. I know that much. I know there's an obnoxious quest with the shovel. So I'm jazzed about this because I like 2D Zelda. My favorite Zelda is
Zelda's like top tier Zelda.
my favorite Zelda is Zelda 1.
That's fair.
Unabashedly, I love Zelda 1. So
I'm a nerd. I always hold a golden spot for the first game in a franchise I play.
yeah,
I really like Link Between Worlds
that's a good
a
one.
lot. I really love it.
That's fair.
Like, people are like, it's just Link to the Past, and it's really easy. And it's like, yeah, it is Link to the Past, and it is really easy. I really like
And
it.
yeah, all right.
It was my first foray into Zelda.
Yeah, I think it's foray.
Yeah, I think.
Foyer is a room.
Yeah. It was my first experience with Zelda,
Yeah.
and I loved it. I loved its story. I loved its world. I loved the characters.
Gotcha.
I loved the gameplay.
I was never actually a huge Zelda fan,
Mm-hmm.
which is kind of funky because I was totally the Nintendo fan child. But I just wasn't. But as I tried to get into Zelda, I tried all the classics. You know, Ocarina, one of my least favorite games of all time,
Yeah.
which is
I'm
a hot take.
I'm in a very similar, very hot take. I don't think Ocarina is that good.
Exactly. It's
Everyone's free to their opinion.
I
If they think it's top 10 game of all time, good for them.
right.
I don't
I-
agree with you, but good for you.
I think it was a good transition to 3D. It carried over a lot of the
better
elements.
transitions.
I would say it was good. It carried over a lot of what made Zelda Zelda and expanded upon it in a 3D environment and embraced the fact that it was in a 3D environment and creatively problem solved issues that arose because it was in a 3D environment. Like, these are all things it did fine. It did pretty well. You know, it could have been far worse. However, I do not think it's one of the greatest games of all time, and it frustrates me to no end that people do. Because it is an N64 game, and it's one that invented a whole new control scheme.
Mm-hmm.
And it shows. It aged quite poorly. But yeah, I don't know. I do find it interesting that I'm like, yeah, 2D Zelda's where it's at, but I also don't really love Link to the Past.
Really?
Yeah, no, I gave it a whirl. It's fine.
Because I am in the boat of saying it's probably the best Zelda.
Gotcha.
In my opinion, at least.
Again, I think Zelda 1's
Like,
where it's at.
Is it my favorite? Absolutely not. Definitely not. It's lower on my list, personally. I think it's a great game. I love the game. It's pretty low on my tier list of Zelda games that I've played that are my favorites.
Gotcha. See, for me, Zelda 1, and I will say Breath of the Wild captured this feeling really well, which is exciting. Zelda 1 I love because I did a very simple thing with it. I found a map online, and that was my resource. And I beat the game that way. I had a map and a hope to beat the game, and that was it. So I set out on my little adventure, knowing little more than the dangerous to go alone cave, and I would look at my map and go, okay, dungeon 1's that way. And so I'd go exploring that way and figuring out the enemies. I'd find the dungeon, and I'd go through the dungeon figuring it out, and I'd get the item, beat the boss, get my Triforce piece, and then go off on a little quest. Again, looking at my map, going, okay, where's dungeon 2? And navigating, and it felt like an adventure. I had a map, and I went on a little quest, and it was so much fun. And no other Zelda does that. No other Zelda just... Oh, hello.
You're new.
Just because you have damage.
Cool. Thank you. But yeah, like, Breath of the Wild sort of does that. It still has very, like, structured... And I don't think it's fair of me to want a Zelda like Zelda 1 again, because I think I would hate it if it were translated to modern terms. Because it would be a huge open world with no guidance or suggestion of what progression is. And that's not good. But that classic... the classic feel and the fact that I had the fact that there are 8 or 9 dungeons in that game, and I knew which dungeon I was on, and I could sort of figure it out and feel that adventurous vibe, that worked for me.
Have you gone that way before?
Yeah, I did, and I tried to go down and through the tunnel.
No.
Yeah, okay, I was just making sure. To the left.
tunnel.
To the left, I did like moments ago.
You've done it.
Oh.
You've done it. Just don't backtrack.
Down is okay.
Yeah. Not the way, but it's a way. Those guys zap you.
I see that.
He makes funky noises. Rest in peace, whoever that is.
Whoa,
It
that's
was
a
this way. I
dungeon.
lied to you.
Oh,
You want that. You want
the
that.
dungeon's good. Dungeon
Not
time.
a dungeon.
Oh, it's a witch.
A witch's brew.
I want to talk
Why
to
are
the
you
rat.
killing her rat?
I was trying to talk to the rat.
Double tongue. Just like Shakespeare for that's
Makes powerful tricks. Oh, I forgot to. It's faster.
It really is.
It's the worst. The fastest way to skip through text is to abuse the rewind feature on the emulator anytime I misclick and have extra text to rewind to before the misclick. It's already it is. Take care, as there's not much there. Why not try a bit in my hut? Sure.
Powder.
Okay. I'm gonna take her up on that.
how much magic? Oh, you've got 19.
Yeah, I had 20, but I used one because she suggested I should. Cool.
And she'll make more.
She will. I'm certain that this 2-button format is going to get super annoying
It
later.
will. Especially when you get more than 2 items, it's annoying.
Right.
But Game Boy,
Don't. Oh.
don't die. It'd be upsetting.
The classic blunder.
Okay, well. I need the Rock's Feather to do that. But yeah, Zelda 1 goes crazy.
Yeah, I've dabbled in it. I've never played it.
Right, well exactly. I had never properly played Zelda 1 when I did my playthrough of it, and that's why I did my playthrough of it. It was
Like I've played more of Zelda 2 than I have of Zelda 1.
Dang. But it was the
I hate that.
it was the year of being in your home.
Right. That tracks.
And I was like, I've never properly played Zelda 1, and it is my favorite Zelda. It's the Zelda that I actually enjoyed properly playing through the most. Because I played a good half of Wind Waker, I beat Ocarina, I've played a good half of Majora's Mask, I've played a majority of Triforce Heroes, and then, not having friends kicked in.
Yep.
I've played through all of Breath of the Wild. My brain is skipping a beat. I've tried Zelda 2. I played through
Not worth it.
I played through like at least a quarter of Link to the Past, maybe more. Like I have done a tour of Zelda. I've
Tour
tried
to Hyrule.
tour to Hyrule. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I feel like I've given Hyrule pretty fair shake, and all around I'm just not super in love with anything the way I was with Zelda 1. And Zelda 1 wasn't the first Zelda game I played. It's just super unique. And Breath of the Wild came very close. But it just didn't have the same deal. Spoke to him without the powder. Sprinkle, sprinkle.
The magic powder might be. Oh.
He's a person.
He's a clown. The
Last
whole
thing
time.
Last thing I can remember biting into a big juicy toadstool, and I had the darndest dream. I was a raccoon. Yeah, sounds strange, but it sure was fun. Well, he had a southern accent. He was written. The word "can" was written K-I-N, kin.
Kin?
So I assume they wanted the southern accent. I'm all tuckered out.
Is this Southern Link?
I think I better set a spell before I head home.
That's definitely Mario.
It's actually Marlon.
Ah, yeah.
I got the tail key. Now you
I'm
can
so
open
sorry.
the tail cave
Favorite
gates.
character,
Oh.
love, milk, enjoyer.
Hoot!
Slash
Key, go to the tail cave, retrieve the instrument that is hidden there. Go now. The windfish is waiting. Hoot! I will say this one's not too bad. I'm enjoying this. This is giving me that Zelda 1 where it's
Slay
like
the fish.
they say go to this place and then you figure it out.
Yeah. And you already know where that cave is.
I've seen it already?
Yeah.
So it's not up here then.
I mean, if you want to explore more stuff.
That's fair.
But if you don't,
I
you already know where it is.
I think I want to get this instrument first. Oh, I do. No, I do already.
You
Yeah.
got a key, yeah.
Yeah. No, I know exactly. I got the key and I was racking my brain going, where does a key go? I don't know anywhere that needs a key, but I absolutely do.
I think that's half the fun of Zelda. Is it's like, oh,
the
why do I
the
have
aha
this thing?
moment.
I should probably know why I have this thing. Oh, I know why I have this thing.
Right? Exactly. It's the aha
That's the
moment.
Zelda moment.
Exactly.
Because I
And
have an item. What is the item used for? Aha.
again,
I got it.
a thing that really made me that one's not really a thing that really made me enjoy Zelda 1, because Zelda 1 didn't have a lot of those. Maybe that's the X factor. Actually, maybe that's what it is. Because I love aha moments in gaming.
Yeah.
I love them to death. I love classic
I'm sure puzzle
platformers.
games go crazy for you then.
Actually, the opposite.
Really?
Well, because for me, I love classic platformers.
Sure.
I grew up with hand-me-down consoles, so NES, N64, and I'm playing platformers on those. So they're, as we all know, blatantly unfair,
Sure. Yeah.
which is bad. That's bad game design. Don't design your game blatantly unfair and go, no, it's good because it's challenging. That's artificial challenge.
Bad game design.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
However,
bad game can-
However,
Yes, that right.
because I grew up with it, I am used to the feeling of getting aha moments in that context, which is usually the can I even do this? How do I do this? How do I approach this? Because a lot of them are precision. What is the viable solution to this problem that I then have to do precisely? And that's the feeling of the aha moment when I go, oh, I get it, and then all I have to do is execute on it. Which exists in puzzle games, but puzzle games, instead of being able to sort of throw my head at a wall and feel tangibly like I keep trying things, we get what happened to me earlier when I was running around looking for the mystical woods, where I walk past the solution and I just go in circles and go, there's nothing here, and I just get frustrated
If you
because
miss the one small detail, you're kind of just left hanging.
exactly, you're left in this state of there's nothing here, and then you convince yourself there's nothing there, and it gets more annoying because then you look over it because you're like, I've already looked everywhere on this screen, and that's the screen you need, you know. Like, it just is frustrating and messy, and it it doesn't create the same aha moment as sort of throwing yourself at a problem. Speaking of, I'm walking in circles. Okay,
That's fair. I'm fading rapidly.
Yeah,
I
I'm
am.
gonna follow.
I'm doing the
My
opposite.
eyes are rapidly trying to seal themselves off from
Yeah.
the light, and I am trying to fight it.
That's fair.
But
Oh, so
I am
it's
losing.
9:50. You said.
Yeah.
Then I think what I'll do is I'll take the advice of that kid and press start selecting A and B all at the same time.
Oh man, that's so smart.
Yeah, and I'm gonna
That's so clever. I wonder where that kid learned.
save and quit. It was a really rapid quit. Wow.
He didn't have much else to load other than you stopping.
Fair. And I'm gonna
Not
speak
loading.
loudly towards the booth to let them know that I think I'm gonna do a little outro and be done here. And I hope one of them heard me. Ah, neither of them? One of them, maybe? One of them. Awesome.
No, there's one person in there. Hello. We're gonna take a pause real quick.
I think I'm gonna do a little outro here and be done. So,
We're gonna take a
because
break.
I need to go home and sleep, and I think everyone else does. And I know interviews are coming up soon, TM. So I hope you enjoyed Skyrim. I hope you enjoyed Zelda. I hope you enjoyed Kiwi. I hope you enjoyed both late night segments because I was there for both of them.
It's your own fault.
Yeah, if you didn't, then you're wrong.
We tried our damned.
Darndest. Jeez, come on. Finish on a strong note.
Yeah.
But anyway,
Strong.
thank you, and I will see you probably not till next year. Bye-bye. Woo, donate to charity.
Hi, welcome back to the Extra Life stream. Today we're going to be doing some interviews. We have 3 lined up, and first we have a Game Studio alum. I will be conducting all of them. My name is Isabel Booth. I'm an event coordinator here, and I'll just start you to introduce yourself, like name, pronouns, what your major was, etc. A little bit about yourself.
Yeah, I'm Kat Townsend. I use she, her pronouns. I just graduated this past May, so I'm a class of 2023 alum. I studied game art and animation. My specialization was in animation. And then I minored in interactive narrative. Currently, I work as an associate producer in the mobile game industry for Studios Jam City. And I've been there for about 2 years now.
Awesome. Yeah, that's great. So we're going to start with some kind of more Champlain specific questions, and then we're going to go into more of the, job specific questions.
Yeah.
So, why did you choose Champlain when you were choosing it all 5 years ago, I guess now?
Part of it was like the small school atmosphere. Like that felt like a very comfortable place for me. I grew up in a very small town, and always went to very small schools, so I couldn't really picture myself going to a big school. Champlain felt like a very nice, homey community. I also had the benefit of having a cousin that went here before I did, quite a few years before I did. But I remember touring when she was going here, and I was like, this feels like a good place. And they ended up having a major that fit what I wanted to do, so it all worked out.
Let's get my second question, and we'll come back to it. So you kind of are in we were in a relatively intense in terms of workload major, and then on top of that you had a minor.
Yes.
And then on top of that you ended up getting a job as a producer, or an internship as a producer, and started taking producer classes.
Yeah.
How did you manage that? Like in terms of workload? I know a lot of people who are struggling with managing workload in game studio. How do you manage that?
It was a lot. I definitely learned a lot about who I am as a student, how I learn, and how to manage time. So part of it was because I kind of learned in phases. I feel like I did a lot of the art stuff at the beginning of my career in Champlain, and then sort of towards the middle I did more of the narrative, and then towards the end I did production as a little cherry on top.
Sure.
And also a big part of that was impacted by the big pandemic happening during my COVID year, or during my school years. And so, online school kind of shifted the landscape of how I was using my time. I was bored a lot, and so it was easy to take on extra work. Nowadays that the world's back, not as bored anymore, and it's hard to find time to do things. So that was a big part of how it would be different from how it is today in terms of managing my workload. But yeah, a big part is pacing myself and sort of being able to switch between the different types of work between art, narrative, and production. Kind of meant that I wasn't getting burned out on a single one. Because if I had just focused on art, I think I might have gotten burned out at some point. But being able to switch between those different outlets, I think helped me a lot.
And so, you work as a producer. How does having this knowledge of a lot of fields that you're not necessarily directly working in, narrative and art, how does that help you in your day-to-day? I
think part of it is understanding what the work expects of these creative people. Having an understanding of Maya's gonna crash on you, and it's gonna impact the workday. I know that that's gonna happen because that happened to me. So as a producer, I could be understanding when that happens, and also being able to connect about creative things with the people that I work with is really helpful. So yeah, I think a big part of it is being able to have the background and know what I'm talking about when I'm talking with the devs on my team. Is definitely the biggest part of it. And especially knowing what helped me when I was working with producers when I was an artist helps me be a better producer to artists that I work with.
I'm wondering how friendly were when you're taking classes that are outside of your major, significantly so with production and less significantly so with narrative. How friendly were those classes to someone who isn't in that field, or wasn't at the time in that field?
It is a little bit I did feel a little bit like a fish out of water sometimes, because a lot of times the classmates or the content of the class itself would reference back to previous classes that they had taken, previous content that they had learned that was very specific to like the production major, and I'd be like, I don't know who that person you're talking about is, or like I don't know what that subject is. I've never heard it phrased that way. Like I don't know what that means. But everyone kind of like, you know, welcomed me warmly, which was very nice and very helpful when it came to like getting past that fish out of water feeling. And the professor was especially important in that. She did wonders in making me feel comfortable in those classes when I was a art major doing production thingies. So that made all the difference. Professor was incredible.
Yeah. Is that Jessie?
It is Jessie.
Yeah, we're interviewing Jessie like later today.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I just saw her yesterday. She's wonderful.
That's great. So how did you, I'm gonna go circle back to it because I think it's interesting. How did you transition from, like, how was the transition process from being a student here into, you know, your job? I know you kind of had like a, you know, you can talk about that like the internship process too, but how was that in terms of a transition?
Yeah, in terms of like transitioning from like school and the workforce, because I sort of like did it in like a, like I was in the school while I was also in the workforce. It was kind of like a nice ease in transition there, but it definitely did feel different once like school was no longer a part of my life. So Champlain like prepared me well for working in a game studio. That was not necessarily like the difference itself, but it was more so like the playing field that you're working with when you're like a student. A lot of the times people around you are like at the same level as you. We're all learning, we're all very on in our journeys in game development, and we can all connect on that level. And then when you enter the industry, you're suddenly surrounded by people who've been like 5, 10, 15 years, and there's like industry vets around you and they know a lot, and like it can be scary. People are scary sometimes, but like not that they mean to be. It's just like you come from like being on a level playing field with everyone, and all of a sudden you're not. But it is like great because then you can like learn a lot from your peers. You can still do that in school when you're all, you know, starting your journey, but like having those people with experiences of the industry like 10 years ago when it was such like a different culture, and learning like how we can make it different, or how just like developing the games as a job is different, is really interesting to hear about. And I feel like I learned a lot about like the history of game development from a dev perspective after joining the industry, because I've been hearing all these personal anecdotes and stories from them.
And how common is it to have that kind of like almost, you know, like that mentorship might be too strong of a word, but like being able to have access to so many people who are such, you know, who have much significantly longer experience than you. Like, what's it like having access to those people? Is that like, you know, there's the fear factor, but also what's the almost like unforeseen benefits of that?
Well, there's a lot, and like mentorship is a great word for it. They're really out there to support me and support the other devs on the team. And
That's
maybe not every studio is like that, but mine is great,
Sure.
and the people there are awesome. You know, I feel like kind of meeting and seeing and working with these people that like worked on games that I used to play, that like to me feel so out of touch from myself and so unreal, and like the development must have been like so this or so that, and like hearing how it was, it's like, oh yeah, that's right, there are real people making those games just like I'm doing. It was just a different time, and like it really kind of like brings it close to home, and like kind of makes you realize like, oh yeah, those were just people doing their jobs too, like, and then this like amazing thing happened out of it, and then you realize like, oh yeah, and I'm doing that too, and someday these will be my stories. It really humanizes it. I don't know if that makes sense, but like it like just makes it feel more real.
That makes
I don't
sense.
know.
How long did it take for that to hit? Like oh, I'm making games now. Like these stories that I'm hearing, that's me. I'm doing it. I'm doing the thing.
I feel like it hits again like every few months. Like I'll just like, you know, I'll do like a menial little task, and I'll like stop for a second. I'm like, oh my god, I just made a game. And, like, it just like hits again every now and then,
Yeah.
and you kind of forget because you're just like doing your job and you've been doing it for a while, and then you're like, oh my god, we just made this thing.
Yeah.
And like when I was younger, I played the game that I worked on, so like it's like kind of crazy to like sit back and be like, oh my god, I remember this from when I was younger, and now I'm like doing the things, making it happen, and
Yeah.
it's crazy.
That's great. To kind of wrap up the kind of Champlain section, do you have any just general tips for students here yeah, just general tips for students.
Yeah, I mean, I have a few. Try not to burn yourself out. It's really easy to get into that mindset and like, you know, experience burning yourself out. There's a lot of pressure on you right now. The industry will feel easier than that, but going through this pressure is going to prepare you for it. So it's like good and bad, but don't overdo it. Your professors are incredible resources. It might feel like stressful when they're like putting this work on you and putting these due dates on you, but they're doing it to help you. The structure is important and it's gonna like help you further down the line. And they wanna see you grow. They don't wanna see you fail. They wanna see you succeed. So like leaning on them, but not like relying on them too hard. It's important to be self-reliant, but like they're just great. Like appreciate them because you only have them for the time that you're here. Sometimes they'll stay in your life for longer and be great mentors. But while you have them here, especially like make use of them as a resource. And then last thing is like, now's your time to learn how to be like accountable for yourself. Like that's like a really big thing that I realize is once you hit the industry, nobody's going to be checking up. Like there's no canvas shell to look at and be like, oh, I have to do these things and they're due this time. Sometimes you have to make up the due dates on your own because like things have to get done, but they're not necessarily going to tell you they're due Tuesday at 2 p.m. Sometimes they will, sometimes they won't. So learning how to be accountable and like get things in even when there's not necessarily the same structure is important. I think this is like a really good time to like learn that and like teach yourself that. So like that's another big thing that I think it's important for a student to learn, but it's not necessarily something that they would like teach you or tell you to learn. It's just something you kind of come to realize.
Nice.
Yeah.
And then last question. Do you have any specific tips for, you know, game studio students or game art students or narrative students, anything, or production even students?
Yeah.
Anything you have experience with?
Definitely. The work is a lot. That's like the biggest thing. Like you're gonna be stressed. You might burn out. Take a break. You don't have to be productive in every single moment of your life. Like that's something that like I've had to learn myself is like not every moment has to be spent doing something productive because, well, what's considered productive because rest, relaxation, and resetting yourself is like also productive in a lot of ways because like, you know, it'll help you regenerate energy. I know I got burnt out on art a lot. Like my creative juices stopped at some point. And I think it would have been so helpful to like step back at that point. So don't forget to do that because you can't be creative every second of every day. Like it's just not possible. Like it's just crazy. It's crazy to do that. So that, yeah, definitely if you're in those creative majors, take a step back, play some games, like take a bubble bath. I don't know, like go on a walk, touch grass, all the things. Yeah, take a break from creativity every now and then.
That's great. So now we're gonna move into some more like work related questions. If you just want to, you know, vaguely talk about, you know, obviously not specifics, but more like, you know, what you do and how you got your job and how that worked.
Yeah. So like as like an associate producer, I'm like sort of in touch with like schedules and documentation, working with teams to like
Nice.
help them like do what they do best. That's like kind of the part of being a producer is just helping the devs do what they do best. And then keeping on track with deliverables and all those fun things. And in terms of like how I got to do what I'm doing, it's kind of like all an accident. I was on the hunt for an internship. I was hunting for a summer internship and then eventually it turned into hunting for a fall internship. And I was putting my application in a lot of places. I really cast a wide net. I was hoping for an art internship because at the time I wanted to be a game artist. And I sent like probably 50 or more applications out into the world. But in casting a wide net, I didn't just apply to like game art positions. I applied to like graphic design positions. I applied to like, like organizational positions in an office, and I applied to production positions. And lo and behold, the production position is the one that wrote back to me. And I interviewed with them, and I was like, you know what? I think I can do this. Like, I might not feel like I'm prepared. I might feel more prepared as an artist, but like, if they saw something in me, I think I can do it. And they did, and now I'm doing it. And I've just kind of, that was my junior year. I was an intern then. And then my senior year, they hired me part-time after I aged out of the internship program. And then now I'm here full-time, so.
Awesome. Yeah. So you already mentioned casting a wide net, but like you have, and you can either expand on that or share other things. Do you have any just general tips for internship searching and that process?
Yeah. I think a big part of it is like the qualifications that they put on there are like, those are like idealistic and they're not realistic. So like if you don't meet one or two or like even like 5 of the qualifications, apply anyway.
Yeah.
Like they a big part of like the internships is like they know you're here to learn. Like they want to teach you, they want to grow you, and they want to mold you. So you want to not present yourself necessarily as like you already know all the things, like you can do the job immediately, because they don't necessarily want you to come in thinking you know what you're doing and being able to do everything yourself in your own way. They want you to do it their way. So like being moldable and like showing potential and showing room for growth is also important. So humility is also really important in that. That I think that's the biggest thing is like show that you're ready to learn. Like they don't want you already knowing exactly what to do. They want you to learn. So
how do you, like, obviously during an interview that's kind of easier to show, but when you're trying to do these applications, how do you show that on without even talking to them? Like what kind of, and it's okay if you don't know, because that's kind of a hard question, but like how would you show that?
It is definitely a hard one to think about. I know for production specifically, like I obviously like hadn't worked as a producer before. When it comes to like my game studio projects, like in like freshman and sophomore year, I had like filled producer shoes before, not necessarily in official capacity, but I had like, you know, done organization, team meeting scheduling, documentation, note taking. So like showing that I had done those things on a game dev team without necessarily having the title, and showing things that like were transferable skills, I think was like a good thing, even if it wasn't necessarily like on the nose, like I was a producer already. And like it's almost sort of similar in art. Like if you're applying for a position and like they want you to like do this exact thing, like make this exact type of environment, and you don't have that in your portfolio, that doesn't mean you're not qualified. That means that you need to show that like maybe you need to do like maybe you need to show your hard materials in your portfolio, and like other kinds of art that you've done that can show these transferable skills, that you can just do the thing, you just maybe haven't done it quite yet. So like showing these transferable skills and showing things that like align, even if they're not 100%, I think is like a way to do that. Yeah.
And then like, sorry, I totally like my brain was like, oh, and it's gone. How did you like convert this internship into a part-time, into a like, how does that, that's like the dream, like literally for all of us, the dream. How did that happen?
So part of it is all timing. Like the industry is very different than it was even 2 years ago. So like, you know, it can change from year to year. So that might not be as possible this year as it is maybe next year or the year after. But a big part of it was communication, and like also making myself like a pivotal part of the team. That was like kind of my goal, is like I wanted to like take on as many like helpful things, like take things off of people's plates and like be helpful, so that I could like make myself a valuable resource, and make it so that like if they like lost me, they'd be like, oh no, we don't have Kat anymore, like we need to do all these things now. So after like taking on like, you know, responsibilities during my internship, I like, you know, went to my manager. I was like, hey, so like I see people have done 2 internship sessions in the past. Can I do that? And he was like, yeah, let's make it happen. And then, you know, that happened all through my junior year, my 2 internship sessions. And then afterwards, I was like, hey, you still want me around? Like this is fun. Like I'd love to continue if there's an opportunity there. Obviously, like in a more professional way.
Yeah.
Like I'm certainly like.
It wasn't like you were pointing your fingers together, like please hire me.
Honestly, that's like close. No, literally. So I was like, hey, if there's like an opportunity, I'd love to continue. But if not, that's fine too. Let's just talk about it. And you know, you talk to your manager about that, and you know. I have a great manager who advocates for me, so like he made it really easy. And then, you know, I was around for another year part-time, and then they're like, well, you're graduating soon, you want a job? And you know, it was just like sort of like an open dialogue the whole time, that I constantly expressed interest that like I want to stay here, like I like it here, I want to stick around, I want to keep on helping you guys. So So that all worked out, and yeah, like I said, the timing, the industry is a different place right now, and it could change in the next 2 years and become like more possible for that to happen again. So always communicate, always express interest. That's like a big thing.
I just thought of a good question.
Yeah.
You mentioned the industry's changed a lot over the past, and you've mentioned a few times about how like ever changing the industry is. How has the industry changed since you started, 2 years ago, versus now? Like, what have you seen in terms of change?
Yeah, I don't want to like say anything too hopeless, but like it has become a little bit more unstable. Like if you follow like industry people on LinkedIn, every week you're probably seeing like another studio's having layoffs, and that's really scary as a game developer. But we all kind of like rally around each other. Like I've seen it. Like everyone's like, okay, this studio just had layoffs. All these people need jobs. Like snatch them up because they're awesome, and like everyone's doing that, and that kind of brings the hope back after you're seeing like the layoffs happen. So that's like a big change I've seen, and like I said, like that's pretty scary. But like also, we've seen like really great innovative games come out like in the past 3 years. Like I don't know, one of the recent ones is like Baldur's Gate. Like everyone's talking about that. That's like a crazy cool game. And like I mean that happens all the time. Great games come out all the time. And so still seeing like the people in the industry, devs do what they do best is like still definitely a very hopeful thing. I think there's going to be a lot of more change in the industry to come in the next few years. There's a lot of new technology happening, a lot of scary technology happening. So I'm interested to see how that impacts games and what happens with that. That's kind of the changes that I've seen.
You like in a lot of the games you mentioned, or the game you mentioned was sorry, let me rephrase this.
Yeah, go for it.
How much of a connection is there between mobile games and AAA games and AA, like between the different quote unquote divisions? Like, are you still connecting with people who are outside of the mobile space, and how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, I am. I think part of that is because the Champlain community. I think that's where I find most of my connections outside of the mobile space. Other than that, I'm usually connected with people from my studio, or if they go to other places, then I'm still connected with them. And a lot of times, not all the time, but like I've seen people from the mobile studios go to other mobile studios, and I've also seen them go to like indie or other like AAA. So there is a lot of movement, and we're all it is sort of one big community. But there is definitely like if you worked in mobile, like it might be easier for you to get a mobile job in the future rather than a AAA job. Curious to see how that plays out as I continue my career.
But so, there's not as much of a division, like when we tend to think about games as very disparate like categories. We're like, okay, mobile games is entirely, we even categorize it differently in terms of like financial reports. But you would say it's more, I mean, obviously it's easier to the skills are more transferable if you worked on a mobile game going to another studio. But there's still mobility between, you might have AAA devs come to mobile and vice versa.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Everyone's from everywhere in the game industry.
Yeah.
Everyone kind of goes different places. Like, say you've been working in AAA for a while, maybe you want to change a pace, you might go to mobile. And, like, that's doable, I think. I don't know. I haven't done it. But, like, I'd imagine it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that there's more connections than people might think. I think sometimes mobile can get a bad rap, but, like, we're all just software developers making fun software. Like it's all just software development, except for like not video games, and those are cool games too. TTRPGs, woo! Card games too, like all those things. But we're all just trying to make fun things happen and help people have fun. So.
And since you mentioned like a little bit we're kind of talking about the disparate things, like how different is mobile dev to what you learned here? We don't really talk about it too much. Even though it's a huge portion of jobs in the industry, how is that in terms of like transferability and difference to the stuff that you worked on here?
A big part of it is like because we learn for AAA, like we're only learning how to make like console games or like PC games. So like mobile's different. There's like a lot of design differences because like handheld versus user and remote, like the screen's gonna look very different. The gameplay's gonna look very different. We don't really learn that too much. And if you're doing Capstone and you decide to do a mobile game, like you can kind of like take that in your own direction, but that's not necessarily we like learn foundational skills on. As a producer, I don't know necessarily that it's as different as if I were like a dev with my hands on an engine. But there are definitely differences. I don't think there's a ton of preparation for the mobile game industry in Champlain, which means I learned a lot by working in it as I've been working in it while being a student.
Yeah. We'll move on to the next question. So, as a part of your work, you've worked on at least one, maybe multiple, I'm not sure, existing franchises and existing IPs. How do you manage kind of working on something that has existing lore and expectations and that kind of? Is the process different than a new or original IP?
It's definitely different, and like in ways like I kind of like I find it sometimes easier because sometimes like
Sure.
coming up with an idea that sticks is like a really hard part, especially in like Champlain projects like that. We spend a lot of time trying to figure out like what idea is sticking, especially in the beginning phase of development. And I think part of the thing that had like helped me sort of like know how to like manage that as a developer is the capstone projects that we do here at Champlain. So at the very beginning, we all come up with the game ideas in our groups, and then like at the end of the semester, half the games get cut, or like a number of the games get cut. And then we all join teams with like their existing games, and you kind of learn how to take an idea that already exists, be able to put your own input into it, but also still keep it cohesive with like the existing brand identity. Any lore or like worlds that are already built, you can't change that as you're
Sure.
coming in with as like a new developer, unless it's like not super set, but like in a lot of cases it's super set, even at Champlain. And so, you know, learning how to work within those bounds and like be creative within constraints is like a very important thing to learn. Like not everything can be new all the time. But that's fine because we can make new things within existing things. So I think that's definitely like a learned skill, especially as like coming from a creative background, having to like come up with original ideas. Being able to create in constraints is a very important skill to have, especially anyone coming in the industry. Anyone's going to end up on an existing IP or an existing game.
Sure.
So being able to create within constraints, I think, is the biggest thing of working within something that's already established.
And like, how much stricter are kind of, you know, the restraints you might have with something that's like an IP? Like if you're working on you come into a game that's halfway through its dev cycle, but it's the studio's own IP. It's not, it's frog game and dot game versus like, you're coming to the big, Winnie the Pooh, IP game that has all this kind of media outside of games. Is there a difference? Like, what is the difference between those things, which is both existing IPs to some extent, but people might have not lower, but they're not going to have the same. There's not the rich lore in the Frogverse than there are in Winnie the Pooh.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's definitely going to be different. I think a big part of it is like if you're working with something that's like within your own studio's IP, then like you're not going to have to seek approval outside of your own studio. But like if you're working on like something that's outside of like your own studio, and you're like working on something that's like bigger than that's like part of like a world, you're gonna have to like get approvals from someone else. Like you can't just like say, yep, we're adding this, because like that might be not consistent with like other things that are happening in the world that other people might be creating. So that's like the biggest thing is like the approval structure. Like there's definitely going to be some more like hoops to jump over.
So is there like I'm using Winnie the Pooh because it's like it's open, so
Yeah.
it wouldn't work with Winnie the Pooh. But like, is there like a Winnie the Pooh rep that you have to like talk to? Like, okay, well, we're gonna make we're gonna add this tragic backstory to Tigger, but it actually conflicts with the anime we just released.
Oh yeah,
Like, is there someone who's like external to the studio that's like knows all about the lore and like that kind of thing? Like, how does that approval process work?
Yeah. It definitely takes talking to those like reps and like getting approvals for any new things that we are adding to make sure it's consistent with the rest of the universe. Yeah, so it is like that. We'd have to talk to like the Winnie the Pooh gods. Make sure we're not doing anything too crazy with Tigger. That's basically how it works.
And then another, I know you don't do art per se, but I in your professional capacity, but I was wondering, like, how do you maintain the visual consistency, not just with existing IPs, both with existing IPs that exist outside of the studio, but also studio IPs? How do you make sure, and actually this probably is a production question, how do you make sure that art from Dave and art from Bethany and art from Stella all look visually cohesive and follow the conventions of either the studio IP or the broader Winnie the Pooh IP?
that's all in documentation, I'd say, and like having great leads. I think that's like a big part of it. I was actually just talking to a Champlain Capstone team about this recently, talking about art documentation. It's like really important to like sort of set those standards, especially like as an art leader, as an original artist on a project. If you develop a visual direction and like you want it all to look consistent, you got to define what that consistency means. Does it mean we're using this brush in Photoshop to make this kind of asset? And we're using this color palette, and we're using these textures. That's like a really big thing, and you got to have like a document for that. As a producer, I say you have to have a document for that, please. Or like if you're using different font types, please have a document for that so we know what it is. That's I think the biggest thing, is sort of like setting those rules. So like if you're having a new artist join the team, if there's any capstone students watching, you're gonna have new people joining your teams. Please make this documentation. You know, you need to set those standards, and you need to make sure you're enforcing them when you have new artists joining your team so that they know what's going on. You have to communicate that, and you have to talk to your team. If you're a lead artist, make sure you're talking to your team. Make sure you're like setting a quality bar, reviewing art with your artists, so that you can all maintain the same like brand consistency. Or if it's an IP, then an IP consistency. So you're not having all these different weird rules broken every here and there, and then everything's inconsistent. That's like, documentation.
And is the same all true for like if you might not know, I don't know how many writers that they have your studio, but is the same true for like writing style and like voice in terms of like narrative?
Yeah, I'm not as involved in like the writing sector, but I know working on like my own writing group projects, which we'll hear about a little later, like definitely like being consistent and like documenting and talking about the lore.
Documentation.
Documentation. Like being all on the same page about the lore, what the story is behind what you're writing, what your writing style is. If you need to like write with like a certain cadence or write with like a certain dialect, like making sure we know what that is, like documenting that. That's definitely a really important thing. Making sure all the story bits are consistent. Having like a writer's room would probably be really helpful, so that we know like what our ideas are and how we can take our ideas and make them fit within the universe. I think that's a big part of it.
All right. How do you? So you're working on. You work as a producer, but also within like that work, you also find time to work on personal projects. Like we'll get to Hollyhock in about half an hour. But how do you find time to do that when you're, how do you find time and without burning yourself out on game dev?
It's hard, but I think without burning myself out on game dev, I think a big thing is like You'll learn later, the side project I'm working on is a tabletop role-playing game. It's not like a digital game. So that sort of like is its own difference, which makes it a different creative outlet in a way. And also like in terms of finding time for it, scheduling. I usually, as soon as I like turn off my computer for the workday and I'm all done with my things, I'll turn on my other computer and start working on the side project, or I'll jump on a call with the other developers on the side project, and we'll all work together. A big part of that work right now is like sort of like more like the businessy side of things, so it's like a little bit different than when we were creating it. But definitely like hopping on a call or like scheduling time to like work on it together, that's helped. I feel like I would not be as structured to do it just by myself. I still feel like I'm not as structured. If I had to do things by myself, I'm not going to do them. Not going to lie. After my work day, I'm just going right to bed.
Sure. And good for you. You should be going to bed.
I need to go to bed.
Sleeping is good.
Yeah. Sleep. Yeah. Big difference between Chamberlain and the industry. Sleep. Anyways. So yeah, scheduling, working together as a group on a phone call. That's the only way I'm able to do it.
You made me think of something. Like, yes. So you're a producer, and I think oftentimes a lot of producer work here and like the things you think about are documentation and all those things like that. But how do you also do you have to deal with a lot of like the interpersonal dynamics as a producer, communicating with so many different
Definitely.
How do you manage that? Because that's something you can't. You can teach documentation. You can't teach, how to make Dave and Stacy not hurt each other.
Yeah, I think that's definitely like one of the harder parts of it. And like, I'm still new to the industry, even though I've technically been in there for 2 years. I'm still new. I'm newly full-time. So I haven't quite gotten to the point where I'm dealing with that as much, but I'm definitely learning from the people that I work with about how to do that. Definitely learned about that at Champlain. Figuring out how to make teams work together, get along. We're basically still teenagers when we're in college, so there's teenager drama. Like, it's crazy. And so that's something I definitely learned at Champlain. It's definitely like a learning curve to do that. And not everyone's cut out for it. Some people are going to be more on the organizational side, and some people are going to be more on the helping people side, and that's cool. That's a great part about production is when you have a team, you can kind of like work with your strengths. I haven't done it as much in the industry. At Champlain I have. And the good thing is you kind of have to remind everyone that like, we don't want to succeed here. Like we have to talk about things. Like if you're struggling with this thing because of this person or because of like this thing that you're going through, like talk about it either with us or with someone else trusted. It's important. Communication is like the biggest part of game development, I think. Being able to communicate with others as a game developer, whether it be with other people of your team or if you're going through something, communicate with people that you trust. That will help teams exponentially. It's just being able to be on the same page and being able to be okay. That's important. Be okay. Take a break. Like trying to help people not burn out is like a big thing. So being aware if when people are getting into that state, especially as a producer of students, that's a big thing because we are all burnt out at some point. So being able to recognize that, let them take a break. Don't make them feel pressured. That's a super big thing that I found. And also like I can imagine, especially as like going more into the industry and getting more experience, like I mentioned earlier, like you're kind of on a different playing field because you're no longer like all teenagers in the industry. Basically, it's like you're working with adults, and like as a young producer, like I don't necessarily feel comfortable at this point in my career like doing that same thing and like playing that same sort of like people game, that sounds weird, but like working with people in that same way when I'm like very young in my studio. So I think that's something I'll grow into in the industry. But at Champlain, it's definitely something I had my hands in.
And then I guess this is, because you've talked more specifically about Champlain, it's more of a Champlain question, but how do you manage the fabled bad group project? Because I think in like high school or something, if someone doesn't want to pull their weight on your English project, it's not the biggest deal. But if it's a thing like this is probably gonna go in my portfolio, what about like this is game dev, it's if someone, if Stacy doesn't write her section on the English project still functions. But if if Stacy doesn't program the game, there is no game.
Yeah.
How do you manage like the bad group project when games are this crazy house of cards and you kind of need everyone to do everything or else it explodes?
So those projects don't necessarily go to the portfolio. They become great interview question like stories. You will, at some point, I'm sure everyone will have an interview question of like, what's a time that something went wrong? How do you handle that? Well, if something's going wrong, you're learning how to handle it then and there. And even if you don't handle it quote unquote correctly, there's not a right answer for everything. But like, even if it doesn't end up good, you learn a lot from those experiences. I've had bad experiences. I've had games that I don't show on my portfolio. And like, that's fine because I when I interviewed for my current job, I talked about a game that, didn't go how I wanted it to. And I certainly wouldn't put it in my portfolio. And that became a great experience to learn from. And even the games that do go well, bad things happen. Yeah. And you learn from them. And yeah, like I said, they don't have to go into your portfolio, but they will still benefit you. And you can still, like, that's like a big part of game development is like having those stories to look back on. Those become the stories to look back on and learn from.
And how often, and this can be both in the industry and in things, in college, do things go wrong?
All the time. Nothing's perfect. Nothing goes exactly how you want it to.
Yeah.
In either like we're all human. Like we all make mistakes. Whether you're like in the industry, it's not like it's a coveted thing, but it doesn't make you any less human. Like everyone makes mistakes. Games that I've played have shipped broken things before. Like, and it's just a reality of the industry. And being able to grow from that is important. Like it's not like the end all be all. One of the greatest things I've learned from like my mentors in the industry is like nothing in game development is a medical emergency. Nobody's gonna die because you shipped a broken product. Like we're not working at a hospital. We're not saving lives. We're just making fun little things. We're just like fun little projects. And like if something's broken, we can fix it. Like it's not the biggest deal. People will act like it's the biggest deal, but like it's not a big deal. Like nobody's gonna die. We can fix it.
Where do you think that every time a game comes out, there's the discussion of like, well, is this level of polish and this level of bugs, is this acceptable for an X dollar product?
Oh yeah.
Where do you think that bar of like, there's sometimes a game will come out and like this is not right, and other times like it's a little bit like, where is that bar for you, and is that bar different in the mobile games industry than it would be, which is mostly free to play, versus a $60-$70 game?
Yeah. So in terms of like the bar, I'd say like a big part of like difference between mobile and like AAA is like the processors that we're like developing for. So like we're gonna have different like asset qualities. Like that's just like part of it. Like the screens are smaller. You're not can't talk. You're not gonna see like the most detailed texture.
You can't have
ever.
4K ray tracing.
Exactly. It's gonna like explode if you do that. So like that's like part of the quality bar difference, and like free to play versus like selling a game for $60, you're like potentially making different amounts of money on that. So like your budget could be different. To be honest, I don't know enough about that, so I'm not sure exactly how that goes. But I'm sure the budget would be different.
Yeah.
And especially the amount of devs that you work on. I mean, at least in my experience, mobile game teams are like kind of small compared to like AAA. Like I've like a lot of my friends like work on Call of Duty, huge. Like so many studios in so many states. Not mine. Like we're just. I mean, we're in so many states, but that's just because we're remote.
Right.
Not because we have studios in every state. So that's like a big thing is like the amount of devs. But like in terms of like level of polish and like shipping things and people like talking about whether it's like worth it or not, I think one of the big things, at least for me, is like, can you play the game past past all the points? If something's like broken to the point where you're like can't progress, that's something you gotta fix real quick. But if something's clipping, come on, we can deal with some clipping issues. If someone's T-posing in the background, like that happens. Game engines are weird. Like just reload, it'll be fine. But like definitely if there's like something inhibiting progression, I think like I've experienced that in a couple games where you really have to restart or you have to do a fresh save, and that sucks. But that's like part of the game industry where nobody's born to make games. Like we were talking about this earlier. Making games is not like something that is born into like being human. Like we have to learn, and things are gonna happen that are weird because technology is so weird. So nothing's gonna be perfect, but like testing is important. QA testers are literally the lifeblood of this industry. They're amazing people, and they do the most important job because they make sure we don't ship broken stuff.
Make sure the game does not explode.
Yeah. make sure we don't break everything. So that's like a very important part of the industry is like having enough QA testers, and then having actually taking their feedback, taking what they find and fixing it is important too. Once you have them, you gotta like make use of like what they're finding. But there are things you can ship with. There are things that you shouldn't. And I think a big part, at least as a player, is like, can I progress? Great. I'll do it.
In terms of like, because mobile games are more so than most games, like live products that need to receive updates and things like that. What do you do when the inevitable progress giant bug? Like how does the team you ship a game and like, okay, great, this works, and then a player's like, oh, I found this thing that when you do this, the game explodes. Like, how do you manage? What do you do?
That happens, and then
what's the
find
process?
when you find it. You're like, okay, that's happening. Can we make it happen at our end? If we can, great. Let's figure out the source of that and fix it. If we can't, great. That's a fluke. That's weird. It's happening to one person. That sucks. We'll help them. But like that means it's not like a global issue or something.
More when like there's like a widespread, large issue that's affecting a large population of players, and it's very recreatable. But like, how do you manage like, oh no, like what do you do between oh no and like not like specific like the process is like you know how to bug fix, but more like managing as a producer, this was discovered on 3 p.m. on a Saturday, and it's a game breaking bug. What do we do?
you jump on a phone call. Honestly, like
Yeah.
like the same thing happened in Capstone. Honestly, if someone's testing in something and you're like, oh no, we can't, like, this is broken. You
Mhm.
jump on a phone call, you talk about it, you figure it out, get your programmers there, you get your designers there,
Mhm.
you figure out the root of the issue and you fix it. And it might take hours. It might take 12 minutes. It's probably gonna take hours. Especially on a Capstone game.
Yeah.
But you are there, and especially as like a producer, like being there to support your team. Like you don't just like dump them in the trenches. You're there in the trenches with them. And that's the biggest thing. It's just like being there with each other, solving the issue on a phone call. You can't do it over text. Sometimes you can, but like big things like that, like the big oh no's, can't do that over text. So yeah, that communication is the biggest thing.
How do you mentioned, or actually this is more of a different, but kind of in the line of technical disasters. So mobile games are typically in the realm of like live service, perpetual updating. How do you manage a kind of, you mentioned Call of Duty earlier, and that's a game that releases and it gets those perpetual updates, but then it's a new one, it's a clean slate. So if there was, it's not like it's going to balloon in scope because there's a new one every year. But when you're making, mobile games, I mean, I'm not familiar with the exact timescales for the games that you work on, but I'm sure many of them have been released and getting updates for years.
Mm-hmm.
How do you, as a producer, manage the slowly ballooning feature creep and scope and content in a game that's been around for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, as it, and potentially the games that have been around since before you even got there?
Yeah.
How do you manage that just intense scope creep of, hey, we're adding this?
That's something I'm definitely still learning, and there's a lot of give and take. Especially like something that I've seen is like when you make something new, you're all very new at it, and like if you're like doing something new with it like every week or something, like it's gonna take some time. But then like as you're like continuing, you can like develop ways to make it more efficient, and then when you make something more efficient, then you have more time to do new things. So like finding ways to like make things efficient where you can like add things onto the plate without like totally overdoing it is like a big thing. And that's part of that's like developers being like, hey, I just realized we can do this way, and then you're like, great, let's do it. That's very helpful. And then also like part of it's like team size. Like your team size can change over time. I'm sure when some games I'm actually not even sure about the one that I'm on. But some games when they start, I'm sure they have like smaller team sizes, and as they like develop more live things, they'll probably like add on, or they'll get smaller. I don't know, and then they have to like change what they're able to do based on that. And that's still something I'm learning and figuring out is like how to like manage that with like ever changing like wants and needs from our players and from our team of like what this game should be and what we can add to it. How we do that without taking away from what we've already added is something I still have a lot to learn as a producer, and I'm very interested in learning about that.
Well,
so.
it's the big question, and
The big question.
in that kind
How
of
do we do
game is like
everything?
I think even giant studios still don't really understand, and I don't understand certainly.
Mhm.
So I want to ask the big one, the kind of hot topic right now. As an artist that is someone who worked in art, worked in narrative, or studied narrative, studied art, and then now transitioned into production. What are your thoughts on like generative AI, and specifically as someone who artists tend to be more apprehensive, whereas people who are more on the production side, from what I've seen anecdotally, tend to be more this is great, let's do the thing. What do you think about generative AI, and what do you think how it's going to affect game development, and just as a in the game industry, what do you think about that technologies?
I think it can be an interesting tool to help the existing creatives and developers add on to like make things that they necessarily don't have time for, that like maybe they don't want to spend the time on. Maybe they want to spend their time doing different things, but they still want this thing in game. Maybe that's something that they can use AI for. But I think that there needs to be like a lot of communication with the creative people on your team. Can't just like implement it and then have them be surprised, and then like like, I don't know how it'll change the industry. I don't know how it'll change like what jobs are available, especially creative jobs. You know, there's like a lot of like animation AI tools coming out. There's a lot of like writing AI tools coming out for like dialogue and stuff for interactive NPCs. And I don't know if any of it's been implemented and released yet. Like, to be honest, I could probably do my own research more on this, but especially like coming out of college, right, when generative AI was like picking up, I sort of saw it like creeping in, like, how could we use this for concepts or world building and things? And like, that's scary because humans are very creative. And like, we could, if we start relying on like computers to make new ideas, then nothing's going to be new anymore because computers can't make new ideas. They can only put existing ones together. At least right now.
Yeah.
And I like human ideas. So like, I certainly don't want it to take away from like jobs or like current developers or creators' ability to create. But I do think that there are interesting uses as a tool. Like, if you just need to like, I don't know. I don't even know. See, I don't even want to like say what it could be used just for, because like that still could be someone's job. Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah. I don't want it to take away from developers at all. But I want them to be able to use it as a tool to build.
Do you think there is a way to like allow for exploration of the technology as a tool to enhance, you know, existing things for new things, like you know, on the fly generation of like dialogue or something, without potentially, because if it's like doing on the fly dialogue, even if the dialogue isn't particularly good, that's gonna naturally be cheaper than a writer. So like, do you see a way to explore that technology without potentially threatening writers or artists or whatever, you know, sphere that you're investigating?
That's definitely a hard one. I know, like, when I was like in the like narrative class and that everything with like the generative dialogue and like being able to interact with NPCs was just like absolutely incredible sounding. Like, I would love to experience an NPC that I could like build off of conversations, build relationships with it, have it remember my character and like all those things. But then like thinking about like that could take away a job from a writer. Like, that's like an incredible possibility, like incredible opportunity. But like thinking about like what it would take to make that happen, like with a writer, or with, it would take so many teams of writers,
Right.
and like humans probably could develop like that as like a game feature, but like AI can do it now. So it's like weird to think about like it, like that opportunity's here. We can have generative AI dialogue, or we could hire a bunch of people and have that made happen as like a feature. And that's weird to think about because like people, like, I feel like a studio would never hire that many people to make a feature like that. So it like would we want to give up that opportunity to experience that in a game altogether because it's made with AI, or would we, you know, want to put all this money into like hiring this huge team just to develop that as a feature developed by people, which I feel like would never happen. Like it is a weird, like, what's the word, dichotomy? I don't know. Yeah. I haven't wrapped my head around it. There's a lot of opportunities I see with it. But doing it with the creatives, letting them still take the lead, letting them still have their jobs. It's important. That's what I want. That's all I want. I don't want less jobs in the industry because this year's already weird, scary. So yeah. So I don't know if I answered the question, but that's
I think that
what's
was a
in my
really
brain.
good answer. I want to kind of wrap us up so we have a little bit of transition time.
Yeah.
But I want to just kind of open the floor if there's anything you want to, closing thoughts, anything you want to mention, any last advice for students, anything in that range.
Yeah. Biggest thing, try not to burn out. Like, I got myself into that quite a bit. I'm still recovering from that. And I graduated like 6 months ago and I'm still recovering from the burnout from like capstone and all the other things. You know, it's like, and also like, especially for students, spend time with your friends, like build your Champlain community. I feel so grateful that I still have my Champlain community around me. I still talk to the people I graduated with every day. I'm here today in at Champlain. It's actually the first time I'm visiting campus since graduating. And I'm staying with like my friends at Champlain because they're my Champlain community. And yesterday I like met with my professor because she's still part of my Champlain community. this is your time to like community build, because these are the people that will be working in the industry in the future. These are the people you will be reaching out to. If you work in mobile, this is your connection to AAA. If you work in AAA, this is your connection to mobile. Champlain is where that originates, because especially on like the East Coast, I find like it's hard to connect with other game developers because there's not a lot of game dev on the East Coast. That's all right. Remote work has changed that, but like still not the case. A lot of it's on the West Coast, lots of it's in other areas. So building your community now is like, I think, the most important thing. The people around you are important. Cherish them, appreciate them, and keep in contact with them.
Yeah,
that's my closing
That's a great way to
thought.
close. All right. We're gonna probably take about a 5-minute break to transition over to the Hollyhock folks. But thank you so much for your time. I will be seeing you
Thank
again in
you.
4 minutes.
Couple
but,
minutes, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
We'll be right back.
Thanks.
And we're back. Now we have the team behind the award-nominated tabletop role-playing game named Hollyhock. We're just going to open it with kind of introducing yourselves, talking about your name, your pronoun, your majors here, and then you can kind of talk about what is. You know, give us a little elevator pitch. Yeah, we can start from this side and come this way.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I am Milo Duclayan. I use he, him, or they, them pronouns. I am a game design major with an interactive narrative minor here at Champlain. I'm a third year. Yeah, that's it.
Hello, my name is Alana. I'm a creative media major. I'm also a junior, that's what I was going to say. And I have an interactive narrative minor as well.
Hello, I am Daniela Vega. I am also a CREM student with a concentration in creative writing and game design, and I am a senior.
I'm Kat. I use she, her pronouns. I just graduated in May, but I was a game art and animation major and a interactive narrative minor, and I'm currently a producer.
And can y'all just do a little like elevator pitch about like what is Hollyhock in, you know, as much or as little detail as you want?
Yeah.
Do you want to do it?
I can do it. Yeah. Hollyhock is a GM-less tabletop role-playing game about fey creatures and the trickery they get up to during the most prestigious and most celebrated festival throughout the entire Fey realms. It's played using a hand of cards and a set of character sheets. Each player takes on the role of both their own character and other characters and settings in the world, and everyone works together to tell the stories of their fey creatures and the things they get up to in this magical, fantastical world.
Awesome. So I'll start with why did y'all decide on GMless for Hollyhock? Anyone can take
Yeah, I'm
this.
gonna pass it to Alana, I think, because you
Okay.
were Alana decided. Alana was the brainchild of Hollyhock specifically.
Yeah, we had been playing a lot of GM-less games at the point when we were given this assignment, which, fun fact, this started as an assignment for our narrative class that we took further. But yeah, we had been playing a lot of GM-less games, and so we thought there was more room to like do something new with that style of TTRPG, and we thought that format would work best for this sort of back and forth mischief, trickery, drama atmosphere that we wanted to create for our game.
Nice. And so, you know, being a GMless game, did that kind of present unique or different challenges that a traditional tabletop role-playing game might not have?
I can take some of that. Yeah, so the thing about GM-less games is that they walk a fine line, because they have a lot of advantages in that, you know, they're very anarchist in the way that you can't just have one person guiding the story.
Sure.
And there's benefits and downsides to that, which are both, you know, on the player side and the design side. But from the design side, it means you have to give the players a lot more tools to sort of collectively build the story, because you can't rely on one person to be like the guiding force.
Sure.
So when we were making Hollyhock, a lot of what we were thinking about was like ways that we could both explicitly and implicitly sort of guide how the players get to play, or at least give them ideas of how they can play. So as a couple of examples for that, we have our each session in a game of Hollyhock is split up into different scenes throughout, or different that is the overall thing. What I'm forgetting the name that we have for stages. Yeah, they're split up in different stages, and basically what we say is at the start of every act, you come up with what the like twist for each stage is going to be, and you progress through the stages over the course of a session. And so just recently-ish, we have like added in tables full of just like very short, like 2 or 3 word prompts, just like sort of evocative little like snippets that people can read and say like, oh hey, I think I could make something out of that, right? And that way they don't have to completely come up with things on their own, or at least they can look at those and get an idea of what kind of thing they should be making up for their own games. So yeah, I think the tool building is the thing that's most different about designing a GM-less game as opposed to a purely, traditional game.
And so you mentioned explicit kind of guide and structure, which I think tables and that kind of thing like you talked about. You also mentioned implicit kind of ways of guiding the player. What would be what would be an example of that, and what do you mean by when you say that?
Yeah, I can talk a little bit about that and then hand it off because it's also a little bit. So when I think of implicit guide, and this is something that is just a word that I have like sort of started assigning to things, but we make rules for tabletop games, and those are explicit. Those are things that we're saying, player, you do this.
Okay.
Implicit rules are basically everything else. So it covers the writing, like the way that we write the story of the game, the way that the art is, the way that the layout is built, like all of these things are implicitly sort of subconsciously guiding the players to the end goal. So when you think of like Dungeons and Dragons, right?
Sure.
Like D&D is written in a very clinical way. Like it's like an outside perspective looking in, and like that's kind of the way that the players are also supposed to engage with the game. And that's implicit guiding, saying like the way that we're describing the things in this book is how you should be thinking about them as well. So when we are like writing the story of Hollyock and figuring out not just like how our lore snippets are written, but also just how like the game rules are written, we write them in a way that is like trying to get the players into the mindset that we want them in. And so that's that very cooperative, back and forth, a little goofy, a little jokey. Like that's sort of how we implicitly guide the players through that. And if we want to talk about like how art and layout sort of help get people into the zone, I can hand it off to our artists and layout people.
Gonna ask is like, from an artistic perspective, any artists. I'd actually can we just quickly talk about who did what? So we have that. I think that we should open with that.
We all did writing and design. I focus specifically on like mechanics design and stuff like that. So you can tell from the way I've been talking. That's what I focus on.
Yeah, I did like art. Most art. Kat also did art, but you can get to that. And like kind of creative direction for like the visuals of it, and like also prompted the idea.
Nice.
I did a little bit of like a little bit of narrative design, like lore stuff. But then I'm also just the main layout designer for the book.
Yeah, I did a little bit of art, teeny bit, little snippet. And then I'm also doing a little bit of producery stuff, so like connecting us with like mentors at Champlain. Well, I was, now that I'm not a student. Connecting with some mentors at Champlain. One of them you'll meet a little bit. And also like doing some scheduling stuff, doing some businessy stuff, all that stuff.
So then to artist and also layout design, if you want to talk about it, how do you kind of implicitly communicate that through your art and that kind of aesthetic communication?
Totally, yeah. So I always from the beginning had a very clear idea of what it would look like in my brain. It was kind of like the thing I was trying to go for was like Art Deco-y, but also very natural and whimsical, because I thought those would be interesting aesthetics to mesh together. And then of course all the little fake characters within the book are all very like inspired by folklore and very like creaturey, for lack of a better word. Some of their fashion is inspired by like more colorful versions of like Renaissance stuff, like mixed with modern stuff. It was just very fun to design. And then in terms of the actual tools of drawing the art, I used tools that were very reminiscent of like traditional materials. So there's not a lot of really smooth lines. It looks very like I think the tools I used most was like chalk and pastels is what they're mimicking. So it just creates a look that's a little more like storybooky, natural, than something like very polished, very smooth digital art, you know? Want to talk about layout?
Sure. I don't really have that much to say about it. I think in terms of like what Alana said, like making it look kind of storybooky, that's kind of what I try to focus on. Make it look like a little whimsy, little like you're telling like a folk tale or something like that. It's kind of what I went for when doing the layout. So Alana helped a lot with the creative direction on that as well.
And does that like what aesthetically like kind of talking about those like implications does that have in terms of like as a way to inform the intentions of the player? How what are you informing? What's the intent? What's the intent to what are you trying to say to the player in terms of how they should play the game with the kind of creative direction of the
Totally.
project?
One of our framing devices for Hollyhock is to think about it like a stage play, hence our structure of like acts, sets, scenes, and stages. And so, yeah, a lot of our creative direction is kind of reinforcing a theme of like plays, folk tales, sort of like loose but creative forms of storytelling that lend themselves to, again, drama, whimsy, fun, and hopefully by players taking in that input from the art and the layout, that puts them in the mindset of engaging with stories that are told in that way and thus engaging with Hollyhock.
Like explicitly, when you're playing like a horror game or something,
Sure.
right?
Yeah.
You're gonna have a very different experience than when you're playing Hollyhock. And so the point is to just get the players into the mood, like with the style, with the art, with that like sort of fairy storybook layout and design and art. We want people to be like in the whimsical brain space, so they're ready to just sort of like have fun and kind of goof around with what we've made, and then they can sort of adjust how they want. But that's the heart of it. And if the aesthetics are what get like you can write as many words as you want, but the aesthetics is what makes the players feel the first thing, and so that's the heart.
While you've got the mic, I have a mechanics question. For a GM-less game, you need to have some level of, a higher degree of control from a, rules perspective than you would without it. How do you toe the fine line between being overly prescribed and too rules heavy to being so rules light that it's not like an actual engaging play experience?
So this is something that I think, so one of our biggest inspiration, there's a designer named Jay Dragon, who wrote some of our favorite games, and one of the things that we are most inspired by from them is that the way that Jay designs tabletop games and that we've sort of tried to adopt in some ways is that not like the line between rule and story is thinner than you think. And so in many cases, like a lot of our playbooks are like have little like questions that kind of cover both ground. So the moves that you pick as a character, they tell you what you can do in the game or what you can't do, but they also tell you something about the character, right? And so like what's a good example of this? The Harlequin has a weak move where you can gain a card if you like break down into extreme emotion in front of someone else. So that's a move. That's something you can do in the game. Say like, I'm going to just start crying in the middle of the street. So yeah, I'm getting a mechanical advantage out of this, but that's also telling me something about who my character is and how they engage with the world. And so I think the most important thing to balance that is to have all of your moves have narrative significance and have all of your narrative questions be able to cover like prompts and things that can guide the actual story. And so in that way, right, if you can kind of let the players balance their own game because you present them with enough options that then they can say, I want to take this move as more mechanical, or I want to take this move as more narrative, right? So if you present the both options within that one like space, they can kind of self-balance. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So also for Hollyhock, it's a game that's very focused around like socializing and social positioning. So we don't have like combat, you know? Most of our moves are tailored to how to navigate like social politics. And as such, they are inherently less direct and specific than like combat mechanics in say D&D.
Sure.
And that kind of tacks onto that, combining narrative tools and mechanical moves.
Yeah, that's that makes a lot of sense. And I think like how I wonder, because it's so much less prescribed than combat. You mentioned the kind of downside of the drawing a card is not you lose 10 agility points or whatever. It's you have to break down in front of someone. How do you kind of manage? Like how do you balance a game that's key? That one of the drawbacks of an ability or a card isn't necessarily just it isn't like oh, you lose 10 agility points or you discard a card. It's the downside is that you does that make sense? Sorry.
Yeah, totally. I had something but I forgot it.
I'm gonna spill a secret about people, about human beings.
Ooh.
People in general want bad things to happen to their characters.
It's true.
It is a inherent, like this is what GM-less games are kind of built around. That's the core idea. So the like classic belonging outside belonging games, which is it was a system made in 2018, I think, that is the foundation for Hollyhock system. We kind of built off of it. And the foundation for that system was just it was core. You can give away or get tokens based on doing moves, strong or weak moves. And the core idea of that was that players will create interesting conflict because they are smart and they know that it's not interesting to have good things be happening to you all the time. And if we put a little nudge to say you need to have the cards to do a good thing too, that just kind of adds to that. So the core is that like losing 10 agility points is not interesting.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? So when you have a system where you have a lose 10 agility points, the players kind of always have to add in narratively like, oh, why am I losing 10 agility points? What does that actually mean in the story? Numbers going up and down is kind of second to the story of why. And so we've just kind of cut out the middleman.
Yeah.
And we've said, instead of saying your points are going up or down, we're just going to tell you what happens in the narrative, and then you're going to figure out what that means. And then mechanically, you just get a resource that you can use later on as a result of that. But like, almost always in these kind of games, you end up like nobody ever has an issue with doing too many good things.
Yeah.
Because the bad things are almost always what's more interesting.
Yeah.
I remembered what I was gonna say really quick.
Perfect.
Yeah, sorry. So we briefly mentioned how our game is structured, and part of something that helps sort of balance and drive the game and keep people moving along properly is the structure of our stages in the timeline. We did that so everybody has like at least one scene per stage, so that way everyone is doing something at all points and are thinking about how to accomplish their goals because they need to do that to move on to the next part of the story.
Oh, and in addition to that,
yeah,
there's the so the reason we have a hand of cards is that basically the setup of each session is that all the players decide like where they're going to be, and they sort of collectively brainstorm what the like setting is going to be, and then each person picks what they want their character's specific goal to be for that session. And it could be some kind of prank, it could be some kind of like social trickery, could be a wide variety of things. But basically over the course of the session, the players are trying to build their hand of cards to succeed in that goal. We have a little math calculation that I'm not going to get into here. It's not complicated. It is we get one math in our game, and it's this. But yeah, so that's what encourages players mechanically to change up what's in their hand, is that they are trying to actively build towards a set, like a hand of cards. And so by doing that, like, we are also saying, yeah, this is a narrative thing, but we want to give you something tangible to come out of it. So this is it. Like, you are trying to make this thing. You're trying to get these resources to get to whatever your goal was. And you can only do that by both giving away cards that you don't want and getting new cards. You can't succeed without getting new cards. So you've got to do some bad things over the course of the game in order to succeed in the end.
We've mentioned a lot about, like, you know, bad and failure and like that being interesting. How do you kind of, I think one common issue with a lot of RPGs, not tabletop specifically, but in general, is that failure can be just like, okay, well, you failed to lockpick the door.
Yeah.
The end. Like, failing is not very interesting. How do you design? How did you design? And this can, you know, like, how do you make sure that the game is something that is allowing players to fail forward, rather than either not making it seem like you try to lock the door, but the door opens anyways, even though you failed, or, you know, you don't lock the door and nothing happens. How do you find something that allows failure to be engaging while still making it feel meaningful?
Yeah. Does someone else want to take that? Kat, you haven't talked at all. Do you want to do a little bit of that? Okay,
you can.
Oh, yeah.
Please take it from me.
Oh, yeah. Crampy hands. In terms of like making failure feel engaging, I think part of it is sort of
Should we stop?
oh, cool. I think part of it is sort of aligns with something Milo said earlier about like people want bad things to happen to their characters. So like if something doesn't go particularly well, that's a very interesting moment for your character. And you can make that like a really integral part of their story and part of their experience. So I think failing forward is like if someone, I'm trying to remember. So like one of the sessions that we had done where we played Hollyhock, I want to say like my character was trying to like buy something they shouldn't.
Oh, yes.
and they failed at that, but it ended up being a really funny moment. So even though technically that was a moment of failure, it was just we cracked up at that moment. Like, it just ended up being a really hilarious experience for that character. And like that sort of moment in that story followed them throughout the rest of the session, and it was like embarrassing. It was like just like those, sometimes those failures make the story and they really define your character, and it's just like that's what you come out of a session like remembering. So failing isn't necessarily like, oh, you did the game bad.
Yeah.
You just told an interesting story.
Also, in our this is in the rules of improv in general, there's this idea of like yes and. We've also done kind of like a no and. Your failures are never a no.
Yeah.
Like the failures are always, especially when they're tied to playbooks, it's like this is what happens, and here's an idea of what the result could be. You're never stopped at a failure. Sure. It's always like, here's the failure, now think about what the result is and how that sort of ripples out to the rest of the story, and then keep that going. We also have a section in our book that I think is titled No Such Thing as Failure.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, failure is, as a concept, is kind of like a weird thing, because you always want failure. Like, failure is a good thing for stories. And so to frame it as something that is inherently bad, and like, if you fail, story's over, that sucks. And so yeah, we've put in a lot of work to make failure interesting in a bunch of different ways. Alana, do you have something to add to that?
One more thing. Because of the fact that Hollyhock is GM-less and that failure is a necessary part of playing the game for all players, it helps like create prompts for what to do next, because people are still trying to think of how to accomplish their goals, and they're using the material that other people are bringing to the game as prompts for what to do next. So if somebody fails, that might create an opportunity for another person, and then that person might be able to jump off of that opportunity to try to succeed in what they were doing in a different way. And so yeah, it just keeps things moving instead of stopping things like it might in some other game.
Yeah, it also makes it feel much less bad, because if everyone's failing, then you're not the only one.
Yeah. We've mentioned Dungeons and Dragons a few times, and I was wondering, it's kind of the titan of tabletop games. I did some research, and it's like 94% of tabletop players play D&D.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a major difference in the fact that this is a GM-less game with no combat. But like, other than that, how do you either stray away from it intentionally, or use it as a touchstone in either intentionally when you're designing it, or in hindsight when you were designing, doing art for, etc., making this game?
I think you might have the most to say about D&D.
I can talk about design stuff, and then we can sort of pass it on for other sort of like writing and aesthetic stuff. Yeah, so from a design perspective, you can't escape D&D. The way you escape D&D is by actively like thinking about why D&D does certain things and how, like, because D&D wouldn't be so big if it wasn't doing something right.
So we're doing something okay. Maybe a little bit.
And so the difference is, and I'm like literally in the middle of a project about the difference between this for one of my classes.
Oh, great.
But the difference mechanically is that when you're doing indie RPGs, you don't have the resources to create an intricate, mathematically balanced, like very like crunchy system. That's much harder.
Sure.
And so you balance that by by leaning more into the other elements. And so narrative games or story games, it's an awful name for this genre, but our game is a story game, which is just the name for any indie tabletop role-playing game that is not traditional or OSR. But story games, basically, you have to think more about what each element of your game is actually doing and how it's contributing. So like, we can't just have you roll on this stat,
right,
or you do like this thing. So yeah, the big difference is we have much more specific moves, and all of our moves are directly linked to the narrative. There's no like step between what the player is doing and what the character is doing, right? You're always trying to lower that gap. And then as touchstones, we try to avoid explaining our game in D&D terms.
Sure.
Because it's kind of, I don't want to say reductive, because but it's just not helpful for this game, and for most GM-less games. The best way to, if you've only ever played D&D, the best way to get used to not playing D&D is to play the game that is most different from it, and then work backwards. So like, our game is a fantasy game, but it's not fantasy in the way D&D is fantasy, and it's a it's a game with magic in it, but our magic we don't have spells.
Yeah.
And it's a game with, like, that's the kind of thing. So there are connections to D&D, but they wouldn't be worthwhile to explain in those terms. Sure. Yeah. If you're looking to break out of D&D, play I've heard recommended and would also recommend, there's a game called The Quiet Year by Avery Alder, as one of the most different games you can get. That's also like simple enough to just sort of play. Yeah. So basically, we could describe in terms of D&D, but it's generally unhelpful because they're very different games. But yeah.
Also, quick note on that. Hollyhock was designed to be very easy to pick up, which is something that at least I have heard kind of experience a lot. D&D takes a lot to learn, and it's a big process. I've been playing D&D for like 3 years. I still can't do shit off the top of my head. Yeah, but Hollyhock was designed to be very accessible, easy to pick up, and not that we want you to put it down, but you can put it down very easily as well, and just pick and pull what you want when you want to do it. Very flexible. Just a different kind of way of going about it than D&D does, which isn't necessarily better or worse, but to rep our game is good.
Our game is good and different.
Yes. And art-wise, I genuinely don't think I even thought about D&D much. It's possible that it influenced like subconscious things, like maybe placement of the art in certain sections of the book, like playbooks, I guess. Not sure. You have anything?
I guess when I first started the layout, this is actually the first time I've ever done layout for anything. So I looked to other TTRPGs to for experience, and I did look into like the books that I could get my hands on for D&D just to see what they were doing. I don't think I ended up really following much of what they did, but it was I've never played D&D either, so it was a fun experience nonetheless to just look at it. Yeah, no, I think really only like the playbooks, or like they might have like the pictures of the playbooks, the art of the playbook kind of characters, the only thing I can think of. But yeah,
I mean, I guess I can say also a little bit about like the, you know, that sort of like writing and aesthetic style. Like D&D books are written like tomes, right? They are chock full of text, absolutely coated with like all the information you need. There's sidebars with extra stuff. Like it's written like you know, a sort of like journal of someone that's gone out to this like other world and it has like interrogated it and investigated it and has come back with all of these scientific details about stats and, you know, stuff like that, and all of this like intricate world lore. And like that's not how Hollyhock is designed and written. Like Hollyhock is written like almost like I mean, it's written like a fairy tale almost.
Yeah.
And so we like, because of that, that's also partially why like having stats and stuff wouldn't make sense, because you don't have stats in a fairy tale. Right? You have like things that these people did and like core moments from their stories, like when our sort of like world's background. Actually, I shouldn't be the one to talk about this. I can pass it back to Danny.
to be honest, I blanked out a little bit, so I don't know if I can jump back to what you just said. But it is kind of written. I think it was described to me once that Hollyhock kind of looked like a prose more like book. So there are like that kind of storytelling elements. Like I think there's one book, one page of the book where I used one of the arts to like kind of make it look like more like a bookmark type of thing. So that's also kind of that inspiration, I think. Sorry, it might have been not what you were talking about, but I completely blanked.
Yeah. So world lore. Yeah. That's what we were saying.
Lore, yeah. That's what it was.
Yeah. So we've given some background to the worlds in Hollyhock. Brief overview. It's separated into 4 seasons, which the summer and spring together are the Seelie Court, and autumn and winter are the Unseelie Court. We wanted to kind of draw from folklore in that, but we also wanted to avoid having like an evil side and a good side. So they both each have their how they present themselves to the world, and then their like internal workings. Their values are different. Their political alliances are different. There's not an evil side and a good side. They're just different. So that was a really fun thing we did. And we also wrote a lot of little stories, poems, told in the way that, in the tone and style of like folktales and fairy tales, to illustrate the background of our world and certain events that have happened within it, as a means to communicate that information that is a little bit different than D&D's very like anthropological approach. Yeah.
And the specific one that I was thinking about is our core history of Hollyhock, which is why so all of the characters are participating in this festival. And the reason that the festival exists is because a long time ago there was a great and powerful fae who basically used a all-powerful wish to delete another fae from existence, and basically made it so that they would be remembered for all time and everybody would forget the other one.
As a result of their prank war.
Yes, yeah. And then now everyone celebrates that because they are remembered for all time. And so like it's things like that that are kind of like setting the foundation of like this is the absolute max, do anything you want up to that, right? Like, and so instead of having our like be all end all be like a level 20, our be all end all is a narrative thing that's like, you know, fake creatures can't really die. That's not really a concern of them. And so like we've set the standard as like the worst thing that can possibly happen to you is that nobody will remember you. And up to that, all of your moves are like on that scale, right? So like the worst things that can happen to you sometimes are very memorable and bad and can make you like known forever as a disgraced person, but sometimes they're just unremarkable and that can be equally bad. So like, yeah, that's another big difference that we have from D&D is that like by not assigning these things to stats and having them be narrative focused, we've like, again, implicitly put the emphasis on that as opposed to numbers.
How do you, for kind of in a similar enough vein, given how entrenched players might be with their current, you know, whether it be D&D, Pathfinder, whatever they're playing, how might you encourage players to play not only Hollyhock but to start playing games that aren't just D&D or Pathfinder or whatever they've been playing for the past 10 years?
It's so easy, guys. it's literally so easy. I can pass it off to other people, but I can get back if you want more from that. But it's so easy.
Yes. I guess I'll mention, like, again, we all met each other and started working together, and originally just playing TTRPGs together because we had to play Grey Ranks for our class, which is also a GM-less TTRPG. That was very, like, Milo's done it before, but, like, some of us, the games we've been familiar with, would just be like D&D. So we got out of our comfort zone for some of us with that, and we're like, this is really cool and fun, we should just keep playing games together. And we did. So it's just a matter of like taking that leap of faith to try something a little different that might be out of your comfort zone, because you might find it really fun and it might be more conducive to what you want out of a game than a system you're sticking with just because you know it best.
Yeah. Sorry, it's like so cumbersome to pronounce.
I think community building and like being a part of a community is like a big part of it too. I feel like community is like my theme today. I don't know. But like you can't play these games by yourself. Like you have to have a group.
Well,
to
some
play.
of them.
You can't play this game by
Yes.
yourself. If you, I mean,
You
maybe.
can try.
I'd love to see someone try. If someone wants to like run a Hollyhock experience and play it by themselves, go for it. Let us know. But in general, you're playing with a group, and so sometimes like making connections with people that like you know are interested in, you know, the kind of game that you want to share, or just like having a group that you play with yourself, like Alana said. Like that's kind of like the difference. It's kind of how you like spread it and get it out there. It's like having these communities, these people are already like marginally interested. So it's hard to like inspire someone who has never played a game like it before. Maybe they can't grasp it. It's gonna take a lot of explaining, but that's okay too. That's how I was with Grey Ranks. I was like, what the heck am I getting into? Learned a lot since then. But like definitely like sharing with people that already kind of have that like spark about TTRPGs, no matter what kind they are, and like sort of like growing off of like those people. Then they'll tell their friends, and they might have other circles that they play games with. Then they'll tell them and play with them. It goes. The community is like, it's big, but it's small. Like you kind of, it's almost like you can like have one connection from each like little TTRPG group, and you can like connect the entire community. It's kind of wild. We've like, it's kind of wild how many connections we found out that we've had with like people that we look up to, just from like other things. Crazy. So like that's like another way to like get people into it, is by like sharing with like the groups that you play with.
And then I have another quick thing, which is sort of, I'm assuming most of the people, because this is the Champlain Esports Twitch account, most people here are from like video games. So I'm gonna analogize from that. Like D&D is a AAA game, and as with a lot of AAA games, like you'll see like AAA games come out that are like, we have 80 hours of content. Play this. And then you'll play that game for 80 hours and you won't be able to play anything else. And then there's indie games that are like, you know, hour and a half, 2 hours, and will be some of the most like powerful storytelling experiences you've ever had. A lot of what indie games do in general both because of their budgets and also because of just the way that they're often trying to set up, is indie games are often much more courteous of your own time. Whereas D&D is like, you're going to play this for 20 sessions minimum for 4 hours at a time minimum. Yeah, 4 hours at a time minimum. Like a lot of indie games are very, very courteous about how much time you're going to spend on them. So for Hollyhock specifically, right, you don't, like, our campaigns are just sort of strings of sessions. We try to, because each session is its own contained story, which means that if you want to try Hollyhock, you can put 3 hours aside, play a session, and then never touch it again if you don't want to. Or if you really enjoy it, you can continue playing for as long as you want. There's no like specific end that you are trying to reach. You're not like, oh, we got to get our characters to at least level 15 before we can have a meaningful ending. It's, yeah, the narrative can sort of build however it wants. And there are a million other indie games that do very similar things. There was one that came out recently called Yazeba's Bed and Breakfast, which, you know, runs in chapters that are an hour to 2 hours long max-ish. And so, like, you can just run an hour or 2 hour long chapter and then be done with it and play another time. Yeah, a lot of indie games nowadays are being designed with that in mind. Grey Ranks, even, you can kind of just play a chapter at a time, spend an hour and a half doing that, and then move on. So, yes, very similar to sort of how AAA games will try to overload you with hours of content that maybe are not all fantastically exciting. Indie games kind of have to, by necessity, focus that down into shorter sessions that are more, like, I don't want to say more fun, but more concentrated.
Sure.
Yeah.
Like, so yeah, that's indie games are much easier to get into than D&D.
Yeah. I wanted to ask you about the kind of production side. You mentioned you talked about like connections and that kind of thing. I want to just open the floor for you to talk about that for Hollyhock, but I also wanted to ask, and this can be answered by anyone after this, more about, I'm saying it like I'm going to forget if I don't, kind of how interconnected tabletop games as an industry is comparatively to something like, you know, games writ large, which is a much larger industry. Talking about that as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll hand you the mic so I can rest.
Yeah. So like, you know, producing like a tabletop game is like very different, and like, I wouldn't say that I was like fully like a producer. Like, you guys are pretty self-reliant, and also like I was doing like a lot of things while we were developing Hollyhock, so I wasn't like fully on it all the time. I kind of like have like stepped in and out of that role depending on what's going on in life at that time. One of the things that I think like kind of helped us like take Hollyhock a little bit further is like finding our like community around Champlain of like people that like were like, no, you should publish
Jesse.
Jesse.
Is Jesse here?
Yeah. Hi. You'll see Jesse soon. Jesse's one of the wonderful people that inspired us to take Hollyhock further.
And also introduced us to IndieCade.
Yes, introduced us to IndieCade, which like is like a huge part of growing Hollyhock. We will get into that.
Yeah,
that is like, yeah, that is like a huge thing. So like, Jesse was already like a very important professor to me, and I knew that would be like a great support as we continued to take Hollyhock further, as well as Kel, our narrative professor, who like was the one that was like, no, publish this, publish it, do something with this, because like you can. Finding that community and like finding people outside of like our initial circle that like had knowledge that we needed. Like Dana was like knowledgeable about like publishing indie games, and like other people that are there to help us. There's like the other people that like might help us with business advice. Like there's just like people out there that we didn't necessarily like have in our individual circles. So like reaching out saying like, hey, we have this thing, we'd like to talk to you about it. Can you help us with this thing? And like setting up those meetings, because like setting up meetings with like people in a bunch of different schedules is like difficult. So that was like a very small part of like what it was, because like you guys like I said are like self-reliant, so you didn't necessarily need like a producer to like say, do this right now, I need this by Tuesday, because you did it because you all were very passionate about it. So yeah, wasn't too hard. to get the game made. The business part is a harder part because it's not necessarily like our own timelines that we're working with. We're working with like
The U.S. government.
the U.S. government now, which is
when you're making a business, you gotta.
we have to like tell them that we exist, and then they take like 2 months to acknowledge us, basically, and then money, all those things. This is where the hard part comes in. That we're all learning about money and businesses and bank accounts and social security and taxes. That's the part of like kind of like starting an indie studio and like starting to get our product out there.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah,
that's like the other part. That's like after the game is made, pretty much. Very little to do continuously on the development side. Now we have to get it out there.
Yeah,
that's its own beast. That's part of it. And then the other part of the question was, now I forgot about it. I'm so sorry.
to other like people in the game sphere.
How it's different from games. I mean, I don't necessarily know how different it is like as a whole, but like I know like coming from like the video game industry, the like biggest connection I see is that like I have people that play the same TTRPGs as me. Like one of the ones that we played and we love is Monster of the Week. And so I have like coworkers who play Monster of the Week, and then now because like we have that connection because we've both played that game, not together, but we've both played it. Now I'm able to bring them into the Hollyhock community and say, hey, you like TTRPGs? Come check this one out. So that's like the connection that I see, but I don't necessarily know too much about like the professional connections because the TTRPG space is a lot smaller.
I can talk about the design side because I'm much deeper into that space. So we were very lucky on 2 accounts, basically. So the first thing is that once you are in the space, then all of the connections are available. Like everybody knows everybody in the space. But getting into the space can be hard. We were lucky because of two reasons. So Kel, our narrative professor, when we were sort of talking about this, and we were like, oh yeah, our game is based on the belonging outside belonging system. It was made by these 2 people, Avery Alder, fantastic game designer, well-known, extremely well-known in the industry, and Ben Rosenbaum, who wrote the Jewish Shtetl foundational, like that RPG side of it. And Kel was like, oh, I know Ben.
Kel's everyone.
Do you want me to help you get in touch with him? And we were like, yes, please. The person who half wrote the system that our game is founded on, yeah, we would love that. And then on the other side, Jay Dragon, the designer that I mentioned earlier, was my old summer camp counselor.
Oh,
wow. So we had those 2 things. We got to talk with Ben and Jay on Ben's podcast. Mohanraj and Rosenbaum Are Humans. I think it's episode 46 is the one we're on. So yeah, check that out if you want. But yeah, we got to talk to them, hear a lot about getting into the industry, and then I followed up. I got into there are a couple of designer spaces that I weaseled my way into as a result of that, and then I've kind of been sort of keeping them informed on what's going on in that space, because you don't need everybody to be part of that. There is a lot going on there, but once you're in there, everybody knows everyone. I've talked to some it's like the Kevin Bacon effect. Is that the one where you're always 2 connections away from Kevin Bacon? It's basically that. You're always 2 connections away from any game designer that you like that has made a game. You're at maximum 3 connections away from them. And for Indiecade, that came very full circle for us because we started playing Grey Ranks, and that was what started our group. And then we were nominated for Indiecade up against a game called Desperation, which was designed by the same person who designed Grey Ranks, Jason Morningstar. So we kind of bridged that gap ourselves. That was the first time we had really bridged that gap with our own work. So that was a wild experience. But yeah, really everybody knows everybody, at least tangentially.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's very interesting that way.
Yeah.
Congrats, Desperation, on your tabletop award.
I quickly want to ask, if you have very quick tips for trying to break into the tabletop specifically, that aren't just I know that you had these kind of connections that really helped, but
Well, so in our interview with Ben and Jay, this was something we talked about, so you can watch that full thing if you want. But briefly, the big recommendations were go to cons, which we haven't done yet because we don't have the money and we're also in school still.
Yeah.
But if you have the chance, go to cons, talk to people. And second of all, don't reach out as a fan, right? Like, so don't. You have your game that you love more than anything else, and I love that person, so I'm going to reach out to them, which is fine if you want to just, like, you know, talk about their game and just sort of have fun. Don't reach out specifically for the purpose of networking. If you say, like, if you are thinking the way that, like, I'm going to reach out to this person so I can break into the industry, they will be able to tell, and it will suck. Because it feels bad if someone's just reaching out to you because they want to break into the industry. But people are more than happy to just, like, talk to you about their game. I mean, like, Ben was someone who we had, who designed a game that we all love and was a really foundational, like, system for the indie TTRPG community. But he's also just a person.
Yeah.
Like, game designers are people, and if you reach out to them and want to, like, talk to them about game design or their game, or you, maybe not your game right away, but, like, they're very happy to be friendly with you.
Yeah.
So, like, it's always that first step. There's also, like, there are certain communities. There's, I mean, Twitter. There's a big Twitter space. If you don't use Twitter, Discord. There are a couple of Discords. Depending on, like, what kind of design you want to do. But, like, if you go out looking for those spaces, you'll find them. And if you're in one, you can almost always find the others.
This is, like, literally just, like, last sentence because I want to cut us off very soon. But I just, like, I guess more just like very quick, like, how are y'all doing about the fact that you were nominated for an Indie Award? Like, how crazy is that?
We want
like, very
go
quickly,
from,
like
this down. We can do one each.
Yeah.
It's just quickly, like, one sentence.
Very very honored. Not necessarily surprised, but, like, oh my gosh, we did it. So I didn't mean it like that, but, like, okay, like, shock, like, oh, this is real and can happen to us. That's kind of the feeling.
No, I was surprised. Not that I don't have confidence in our game, but I'm naturally not the most positive person. So I was just, like, preparing myself for the worst, but we got in. I remember waking up and none of them were awake, but I saw the email and I was like, wake up, please wake up. But no, it was insane. I'm very happy and very honored.
Yeah, I'm still, like, reeling from it. Milo talked a bit about, like, the full circle moment we had with Jason Morningstar. That, like, blew my mind. I was like, we made this 1 year ago. So 2 years ago we'd played Great Ranks. Within a span of 2 years, we were within the same caliber as the person who started. It was just crazy.
And, like, the imposter syndrome is real always, all the time, for everyone. You can't escape it, and so, like, that's always hitting, that's still happening, but it is incredible, and it's just been so great getting to interact with the other people who have been nominated, and also the people at IndieCade. They've just been so wonderful. So it was great. It's been great, and it will continue to be great always, and nothing will go bad.
And then last final note, do you have any ways, if someone is curious about Hollyhock, they want to play the game, they want to, you know, what kind of plugs can you leave here to end us off?
Yeah, we have a link tree. That's linktr.ee/Nervous Playhouse. Is it just Nervous Playhouse?
I think it's either Nervous Playhouse or Nervous Playhouse Games.
I'm gonna look it up to make sure.
If you want to, you can put this in the Discord just in the general chat in the esports Discord, so that anyone who's watching the stream, you can.
It's just /Nervous Playhouse, but yes.
Great. If you want a link instead, if one of you can just do that after this in the general chat, that'll be great. I'm gonna have to cut us off because we have someone else right after y'all. But it was really a pleasure talking to the four of you. I don't know, go play Hollyhock.
Yeah, play Hollyhock. Thanks for interviewing us. This was great.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna be back in just a few minutes doing one final interview, but. Yeah, so stick around, and we'll see you in 5. And we're back. Hi. So we're gonna be interviewing Jesse here. I'll have you like introduce yourself. You know
Yeah.
what your name is. You know your pronouns, your background, what you do here as well,
Yeah,
and then you can talk
absolutely.
about your game industry experience and what you've done.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am Jessie. I go by she, her pronouns. I am program director now of game production management and game business and publishing here at Champlain College. And I've been here a little over a year now, which is pretty exciting. And I have had a long and storied journey through the game industry. I got my start actually doing some very informal testing in Japan for Bandai, and then I tested, arcade cabinets and random
cool.
types of things with some of my friends who lived over there who are also expats from the US. And then I worked for Riot Games as a documentation specialist for about exactly 6 months, and then somehow found myself as a producer in the early days of League of Legends, and it just kind of took off from there. League it grew faster than we could keep up with it, which is the best kind of worst problem to have. And we were, super fortunate. I got to work with some of the most talented people I've ever met, and I loved it. It was a crazy adventure. And I also worked briefly on Dauntless, Name the Slayers, did some concept phase work on that. And then, I've done, consulting, research and development also for Riot and a few other big studios. Very briefly, and have just traveled a lot. Done a lot of travel.
And then before I start going into questions for Riot,
Yeah,
you were
sure.
working on League, and then did you work on any of Riot's other games, or were you mostly focused on?
I did. So I worked on League of Legends, and then many years later, I actually went back to Riot for research and development on secret projects. So I've had the chance to contribute to 2 secret projects, which is great. It'll be nice. Yeah, it'll be nice when I can talk publicly about work that I did. But for now, I can't do that, sadly. So
Well, yeah, we'll have you back when those projects come out.
right? Oh my gosh, I'll be so happy. Yeah, it's all it's hard to work in research and development, especially on concept phase, because it's going to be a while until you can actually talk about what you did.
Especially with games cycles these days, it can be years and years and years.
Yeah, and sometimes we just kind of, forget, because we go to work on another game or whatever, and then all of a sudden the thing we worked on gets announced, and we're like, oh yay, what a great surprise, right? So it's always nice when that happens.
How you've got me thinking about it, because you mentioned the research and development side, but how often do those projects, what percentage of them generally do make it to full game versus be like, this doesn't work, actually, this is bad?
That's a great question. There is no science to that, really, frankly, or common percentage, really.
Sure.
It's one of those things where we need to verify it's fun, right? But we also need to verify that it's the right game for us to make as a team. And sometimes that's not the case, right? Sometimes we don't cancel a game because it's not finding its footing. Sometimes a studio will cancel it just because we realize, we're not really the right people to make this. So there's so many reasons, right, why something doesn't move from concept phase to pre-production or and hopefully not canceled from pre-production to production. That's the painful time to get canceled. If you're canceled during concept phase, it's more like, oh, okay, we gave it our best effort, and that's fine, right? Move on to the next thing. When something's canceled between pre-production and production, that's where everyone's like, oh, I gotta take some time off. So, but there's not really an exact science. We try to validate before we scale a team that it's the right thing to be doing. That way we don't get super far, right, and have to tell the whole team, sorry, we're not going to keep going with this. Which, what's going on in the industry right now is hard for all of us. It's hard for those of us who have been in the industry and who are still in the industry, right? Because we see our very talented, experienced friends getting laid off, and we're like, that's rough. Like, yeah, we always wonder, like, did they validate? Did they not? Did the project fall apart? Right. Or did the studio just decide to make cuts? Right. So there's a lot that goes into it. A lot of factors. And I think the main thing I tell people is always just be really okay with the fact that there's some amount of risk. Even if that risk is small, hopefully the risk is small, but there's always going to be a little bit, right? And that resilience is super important as a game developer and as aspiring game developers here, right? Like, we have so many here who I'm always reminding, please stay resilient, right? You know, be okay with stuff having to fail sometimes. It's okay. Like, you'll move on and you'll do something cool, I promise.
So I want to talk about your time working on League.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
I specifically want to talk about, so I think, right now in the games industry, we're starting to see more and more like live service kind of games.
Oh, yeah.
League was, I'm not going to say the first.
Right.
But it was one of the first. And I don't think the term would have been live service back then when League, I don't know if that would have been the term people used.
We said live service, but we didn't use it as a industry defining term, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
We just started throwing terms around. But I was at first a producer and documentation specialist on live services, so it was a department kind of at the time, if that makes sense. So when I started on League, we had just come out of a point where we were starting to think about other game modes. So Dominion and Twisted Tree Line were still out, and they were still supported at the time. And this was just before Howling Abyss came out and ARAM. And so we were doing a lot of thinking around, what is a shorter game duration that we could stand up for players, right? Because not everyone has 50 plus minutes to play a match, right? And ARAM also, right, was casual and light and fun. But on the live services side of things, we were constantly trying to learn how can we promise our players, consistent performance and not give them downtime, right? Because we cared. We didn't want players to be in the middle of a match and have everything go down.
Right.
So, we spun up all these teams to kind of figure out, how do we make our hardware more stable? How do we make, all these backups more stable? And, we invested a lot of time and research into understanding how to make the system better. But frankly, back then, especially, there were a lot of studios learning hard problems at the same time, kind of in isolation before things started going to GDC more often. Because, it was more, how would I explain it? Some studios view it as, what is your secret sauce and competition, right? And so eventually more studios start talking about that stuff at GDC. But back then it was like, oh, this is probably our secret sauce or their secret sauce, as it were, right? And Blizzard was really ostensibly in the live services game before us, right? And they had also learned hard things. and we worked with many former Blizzard devs as well, right? And vice versa, like former Riot devs go to Blizzard, right? Like we have a pretty good working relationship for the most part, because we all have kind of worked at multiple studios. So, but yeah, live services is now in a weird place where more and more games are like, do we have to do this? I think there's more pressure around, risk versus reward, right? People know that a live service can make a lot of money, but I think the problem is a lot of folks don't think about how much risk there is to get to that place.
Because a lot of live services, they'll come out, and then if they don't hit metrics, which they because the nature of time spans, they can't all, then they can be at least if a single player game is not great, it's still gonna be there for 10 years. It's gonna be accruing small amounts of sales for 10 years. But a bad live service game, not even bad, but like a live service game that doesn't find its footing is not gonna be around for much longer.
Well, and the other thing is, does your studio have the ability to have a core infrastructure team, right? Like, do you have the resources to stand up all this hardware, all this tech, all these people as well, right? Because you have to have on-call 24/7 people in your live services center. for emergencies and other reasons, right? So I think a lot of companies underestimate how much tech is involved and how much investing in your infrastructure is involved before you can have a robust live service or game as a service, right? Like that's the other big term that gets thrown around. And so, you know, it depends on the scale. It depends on how many players, how many regions are you going to ship to, right? Are you going to try to ship globally? If you're going to try to ship globally, it's a much scarier prospect, right? Like, can confirm as someone who was there when we shipped to like Turkey and regions we had never tried to ship to before.
Yeah.
We used to have the story I love to tell is we used to have bike couriers in Southeast Asia who delivered patches on discs because the internet infrastructure was not quite there in some places, and so those folks would actually you know, go and install to PC bongs in those regions by disc to play League of Legends, which was wild.
I mean, if it works, you know?
Yeah, it was really wild. But you could play still, right, at a LAN cafe. But nowadays, especially on mobile, you know, there's a lot of different requirements.
Sure.
Right. You know, I loved my controversial hot take is that once Fallout 76 solved all its bugs, I actually really loved it.
Yeah.
But they went through a lot of growing pains, and I really felt for them because I knew what it was like to go through live service growing pains, right? So
and it's hard when you're a studio that's been kind of positioned themselves as making one type of game, trying to pivot is, I imagine, really difficult.
Oh yeah, big time. Can confirm.
So one thing we learn a lot in, you know, our programs here is we take a lot of production classes are all about you know, concept to game. You have a thing, you put it on your portfolio, you can go show it to your friends. It's a thing.
Yep.
And we do that for Capstone. We do that for Production 1,
Yeah.
Production 2, and a lot of game is that. But you know, as with League, you know, you didn't even come in when it was a concept. You came in when it was a game, right?
Yeah.
How you know, how different is that to coming into a project that, you know, is already in development or is starting beginning of the development versus a project that's been out for years and has you know, all of the all of that expectations with it?
I mean, it depends on the scope of your role, right? So, you know, when I started, obviously I was a junior. I had other work experience prior to games. I was actually a cultural anthropologist. And I had done academic project management and documentation, but I had not done it in games. So when I came in, the expectation was, okay, you know, we need Jesse to help us record all this internal documentation, right? Because everyone was very busy and there was a lot of realization that suddenly we're scaling enough that we should have people doing this, like dedicated to making sure it's being done, right? So you know, the scope of my role was very clear when I started, and I was just working on internal documentation. And then all of a sudden, they were like, yeah, do you feel like writing external knowledge base articles for player support? And I was like, yeah, that sounds cool. I'll do that. And then the next thing I know, I've written, you know, something like hundreds of support articles and various error messages in the game and the launcher, like rewriting all these, you know, UX text pieces and suddenly interfacing with a bunch of teams on League development itself. And so as I got more and more exposure and experience, you know, I slowly transitioned over to that more direct production side and development. So that was my first time, as you said, like being on a game that was already out, right? Not in concept phase. And I got the opportunity to work on Team Builder, which was the first time they changed how you get into the game, right? You know, you pick your champion, your lane, right? Your role, like what you want to do. Do you want to support? Do you want to go bottom, right? Like all those things, right? So it was very interesting because I learned about how they had designed that feature. I mean, I came in late enough that the feature was mostly designed, right? And the designers had been thinking about it very deliberately, doing a lot of research and testing. So I got to learn how to be a producer with something that had to ship in 6 months, basically.
Yeah.
And they were like, well, we're putting you on this team because it's a very stable team and it's a good learning experience, right? And so I got to learn from all these amazing mentors. I was very, very lucky. Zoe Kerno was my development manager mentor at the time. She had experience both producing and managing Scrum and doing development management. She was amazing. And she's actually over at Timber Studio in Canada now. But she was the first person to give me a really good exposure to how I could learn to be an effective producer on something that already existed.
Sure.
Right? The first time I ever got the chance to work on concept phase was on Dauntless, and that was very scary to me, actually, at first, because even though I had all that creative freedom, there's a lot of risk with working on a brand new title, right? Like, is it gonna work? Am I making good decisions, right? We often talk about imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
And I got hit with imposter syndrome very hard during the beginning of that project because, it's a lot of pressure to suddenly have all that agency.
It's
and
daunting, if you will.
yeah, all that agency, right? And, I remember sitting at my computer and going, is this anything? Like, I spent all this time writing this, concept I was working on at the time for a trailer. And I remember looking at it and going, is this just bad? And that happens, right? All developers go through that feeling of imposter syndrome. And that's actually why I'm here. Like, I really want to help folks here understand, even if you get into a game that's already been out for, 3 years or whatever, as was the case with me in League, you're still going to have a huge opportunity to learn and grow. And then eventually you'll be able to take those risks, right? Like, you'll have the opportunity to be super creative and take risks. And, it's hard for me to say everyone gets imposter syndrome, right? And I hope that it sinks in. But, the truth is you might experience it when you get your first opportunity. But I think everyone here, we try really hard to prepare them to weather all of those things. So, if that makes sense.
No, that does make sense. So one thing, I'm not sure if specifically you had to know this, but a producer might have to do is managing scope and things like that.
Yeah.
So that's already a problem for traditional regular release cycles where scope creep is definitely a thing, and it's something we've all seen in some capacity.
Yeah.
How does managing scope work for projects that are longer term? When there's 5 years of development, 10 years of there's 10 years of content. How do you manage the 100 champions in League and all these different game modes and items and the balance and all of that?
Goodness, the biggest question. There's about 9 billion factors. However,
Of course.
Let me see if I can summarize it in themes. So one is always listening to your players. That's super important. If you're not getting direct player feedback and you're not learning how to sort of understand that feedback at a high level, which means understanding, big segments of your player base, right? Not just the pros, right? Not just, folks like me who are, I haven't played in so long. I'm back down in paper tier at this point, probably, right? So listen to all those people, right? And listen to your players, and then also understand how to have the right teams working on the right problems.
Sure.
Right? So you have that balance team who's dedicated to really thinking about balance in the game, right? You maybe have another team who's in charge of making sure that champions that are being worked on are very thoroughly tested, right? And those kits are tested and stand up like a public beta environment, right? Where people can go in and volunteer to test. And, you have to think about it not in terms of we want this to be around for X number of years, because that is, I think, kind of a trap that a lot of people find themselves in, where they're like, I think we, especially on League back when I was on it in the early days, were just like, you know what, we're happy to be here and that people love our game, and who knows how long it will last, but we're all gonna like keep putting our best into it and hope that it keeps going and thriving, right?
That worked out pretty well.
I mean, not without a lot of, it's a lot of effort, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes stuff doesn't go right. That's the other thing. Being humble and knowing to just say, yeah, we messed up that one time.
Yeah.
That's okay, right? I think having that mindset helps a lot. Because then you're like, well, all right, at least I learned from it.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a big question. There's a lot, right?
Yeah, I'm going to ask 2 more questions so we can kind of wrap us up soon.
Sure, yeah.
So protecting the last question is, how do you manage the community aspect of it? I mean, League had a huge, huge community. I don't know anyone who hasn't at least played League a little bit.
Yeah.
Right? So how do you manage a community that big and almost like sift through the feedback? Because a lot of that feedback is going to be not great or toxic or...
It's tough. And sometimes as someone who worked on player behavior.
Oh, perfect.
I worked with a lot of players who were getting ready to have bans, right? Or they had a lot of bad experiences. Oftentimes players who end up being toxic are having a bad day or a bad experience. They're not like inherently toxic players, right? They have a bad experience and then maybe they go into the next game and unfortunately they give 9 other people a bad experience, right? And so that's tough, right? Like I always try to lead with empathy on that and say, this person just might be having a really bad day, right? But in terms of the community as it grew over time, making sure we had events that players could enjoy. And I was so glad after I left, people started doing more and more cosplay competitions, for example, right? Like more and more community work was going in for players who, are not just pros, right? Like, because frankly, like, you can't just make a game for pros. You just can't. Of course you treasure your pros and you treasure their feedback because it is very informed and they have a lot of context. But if players are having a bad time, and many players are having a bad time, that's where you have to stop and ask why, right? Yeah. Why is such a big part of our player base having a bad time? And that's kind of where Team Builder came from, because we realized just so many players were having such a bad experience during Champ Select, right? And it would ruin their whole game. Because someone would come in and go, I'm going Jarvan top, and everybody can just...
Insta-lock.
Yeah, like, whatever, everyone deal with it, right? Yeah. And so everyone would go into that game like, I guess, all right, I'm going to play this whole game, I guess, right? So, that was in many ways a response to just a big segment of players who were, understandably having a bad time as a result of Champ Select, for example.
And then my last question to kind of wrap us up here is just, have you had any final advice to game students who, might want to be getting into not specifically live service, but just games in general? Like, any advice for us?
Honestly, I always tell people to just be humble and be themselves, because at the end of the day, the game developers you're going to go work with are also just people, right? And we all at one point tried really hard to get into games, right? Like we all have kind of that shared experience, and people will be very understanding of your nerves or trepidation at first, right? Because they've been there too. So, and it's easier said than done, right? Like, of course you're gonna be nervous at your first game dev gig, but I think once I got to know people at the studio and I had been there longer, I realized everyone here is just really wonderful and cool to work with, and I'm really happy. And we'd go play board games together. Nice. Like, I have memories of in the conference rooms on Friday nights after we were done work, playing Battlestar Galactica, the board game, and hanging out. And we had tabletop club, we had Dungeons and Dragons. Lots of us loved D&D at the time, and now, like, I think they play all tabletop games under the sun, right? So it's be yourself and know that you have a place, right, in the industry, and that the industry is really come a long way, even since I started, frankly. Since 2011, 2012, the industry's gotten even better about trying to be more inclusive and more accepting, and that's been great, especially as a woman, right, who was in game dev. I'm like, yay. So I'm always like pushing back on people, and I'm like, no, be yourself, because the more kinds of people who work in games, the better games we get. I think people underestimate that lots of different identities and perspectives and viewpoints are what make truly awesome games and content. So that's always what I tell people is embrace that, because that is so valuable.
That's a great note to leave us on. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for everyone who tuned in to this interview and the last 2 interviews. We're probably gonna be throwing it to CS:GO next. But,
thank you so much for having me, and Bidoof, our precious Bidoof. Yay,
our little Chauncey.
Chauncey Beaver.
But yeah,
bye y'all.
Bye.
it, bro?
Ian.
Yeah?
The camera, shoutcasting camera's not.
Oh, unplug it and plug it back in. The one on the side that goes to the cam link. It's because whenever you disconnect one cam link, it resets all the other ones for some reason. And every other. Just so awesome. They're designed. Wait. Also, you need to turn the mix comp back on. Merge the displays.
What?
Merge the displays.
What? What does that have to do there?
Well, didn't you just say it's not running to...
There's a black screen.
What?
It's a racially diverse screen.
Whatever. I'm not in there. It's not my problem if things break.
Exactly, you're shoutcasting.
Yeah, I'm a caster.
Use your voice. Yippee.
What do you mean?
Then you'll come to my domain and man,
This whole thing is gonna be nuts weary. Bro, I was on for like 10 minutes earlier to do like a dono check-in and I swore.
Really?
Yes. Don't worry about that, you guys are great.
For the Apex stream last night, Harry thought I said the fuck word. I did not say the fuck word. I said funky.
Did you say the fuck word?
I said funky, bro. And he said, he thought I said
What?
You
Might have to restart OBS.
Okay. If you do, that's fine. We had to restart it yesterday. What?
Someone said that the mics are still on in chat, but I don't know when that was said, so.
Hi, chat. If you can hear me. Oh.
That's music. Yeah, that's music. If these two were audio.